Nadia, Matt used to take and make a local recording in case the recording didn't work. And so I'm going to enable you to record locally so you can record it on that computer.
Okay. Recording is started.
Yep. Because once or twice, for some reason, it didn't save to the cloud. And we had issues with, creating the minutes. So Matt was in the habit of making that backup.
Hey, Bob, you want me to try and see if I can't get hold of Mike?
Mike who?
LaRouche.
LaRouche. LaRouche.
He'll be here. I spoke with him not more than an hour ago, and
Okay.
he said he'd be here tonight, so I have no doubt he'll be here.
Maybe he's just eating.
Yeah, I call Martha. She's the one that answers everything. She's the boss.
And here he is now. I'll tell him you said that.
I will. I'll tell him.
It's going to be public record. It's recording.
Oh, that's right. Even better.
There he is.
There's Mike.
Hey, good evening.
Hey, now, Mike, I made a public statement that if I call your house, I go to talk to Martha because she's the boss.
Depends what day you call.
Okay.
I'm going to start reading the script because it's 7 o'clock. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being audio video recorded. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Please address all comments to the chair. This meeting of the Conservation Commission is being held by Zoom at the link provided in this notice. I'm not going to read it because you're already here. And if you're not here, reading the notice won't do any good for people who aren't here already. First order of business is announcements. Are there any announcements from members of the commission? Are there any public comment from members of the commission? Are there any public comment from members of the public?
Hey, Bob, did we do the roll call?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I need the former chairman to bring me up short and tell me what I haven't done yet. I'm Bob Pease. I'm the chair. Let's do a roll call and make sure everyone's here, or establish who's here and who's not. Rich Birch.
Present.
Jeff Viviano will not be with us. He's flying in the friendly skies. Patty Adams. Katie Childs.
Present.
Mike LaRouche.
President,
Jack Rabbit.
Present.
And I'm Bob Pease. Now we'll go to public comment, and I see Mr. McDonald has raised his hand. Dave McDonald.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you guys hear me okay?
yep.
Couple of things. At first, I just want to thank, and I missed it at your last meeting, Mr. Chair, I want to say a special thank you to Matt Morrow. Matt Morrow's been a good friend and a great friend of Hickory Hills. And I remember him when he was a little child, and he helped us tremendously to start the lake management program on Hickory Hills. So I wish him and his wife Irene nothing but the best, nothing but love for them. They're good people, and the town has suffered a loss by losing Matt. The other item I have is I want to talk a little bit about the driveway on Townsend Harbor Road. I know you guys voted on it last week. I just wanted to say that I know personally some people who got a letter from the conservation to clean up their property totally, and they did. I just thought it wasn't really a fair thing that happened last week. I know it's voted on, but I just wanted to voice my concern over that. What's good for one is good for all. And the last thing, Mr. Chair, I'm very honored to be on a committee that we're doing in town. And I sent you a flyer a little while ago. I don't know if you can pop that up.
How's this?
What we're doing in the town of Lunenburg, and again, the date we're planning on is 6/10 or 6/30. That is not a confirmed date. That's our targeted date. We're looking to get approval from the Board of Selectmen on Tuesday night. But this is going to be a candlelight visual, but we're also putting a twist into it. We're doing a resolution for the town residents to sign to tell the world that we've had enough. We've had enough of the killing of our children. We need to get love back into our life. We need that care for one another. The resolution will be out soon so that people can read it. I invite everybody to come down to our candlelight visual TCP building. And again, as of now, it's going to be next Friday, 6/10 at 6:30. I know we would be one of the first towns in the country to do this, and I'm honored to be on the committee to do this. I think the town needs it right now. And Mr. Chair, with that, I'll answer any questions that you have, and I'll let you go on with your meeting. But again, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to stop and talking to you tonight.
Thank you, Dave. Is there any other public comment from members of the public? If there's not, then the first thing on our agenda is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, May 4th.
And my apologies, that's a typo. That should actually be May 18th. I'm pretty.
May 18th.
Yep.
And for the members of the public, I'd like to introduce tonight Nadia Madden. Nadia is our new conservation administrator. She's I'm thrilled she's here, and we were able to find someone and with her, and so this is the first of many meetings with Nadia. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the minutes of May 18th.
So moved.
Second,
Made by Rich, seconded by Katie. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff's not with us. Patty's not with us. Katie,
aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
and I for myself. Then our first appointment, we have an appointment with 190 Peninsula Drive. I believe is someone here for 190 Peninsula Drive.
Now I raise my hand.
Mark Birch. Go ahead. Mark, please give your name and address and
Okay, I'm Mark Birch from 20 Buttonwood Place in Lunenburg, from Lakeview Landscaping, representing the owners at 190 Peninsula Drive. My question to you, Mr. Chair, there was a PowerPoint presentation that I received from Mr. Morrow. Was that made up from himself or the commission?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So I had a replanting trees at 190 Peninsula Drive, a file that he shared with me. Was that something that he made up for the commission?
That was something that was actually made up by Jeff, I believe by Jeff Viviano. Jeff Viviano took and did a site visit as a service to the Submergians. and made a diagram showing the location of all the trees that were cut down and what and he estimated their, diameter, at breast height.
So I have the diagram, but I also have looks like a PowerPoint presentation of about 20 slides.
I'm not familiar with that and I apologize.
Okay, came from,
Maybe Matt, maybe Nadia can enlighten us.
Yeah, it is in the folder for 190 Peninsula Drive. That's the Submergian property
yep,
in that
who's the
folder.
author on that?
Nadia, I'm having trouble here. Is there any chance you can share that? If I give screen sharing rights, that you can share that screen?
Yeah, I'm sure I can. Hold on.
Oh, wait, let me make sure, go into the security settings and enable people to share their screens.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
that PowerPoint, I believe, was developed by Amy Submergent.
Or was it?
Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
So that was developed by the applicant.
okay. If anybody's had the chance to review this, I just wanted to see, how the commission felt about how this was the information presented here. If they were in agreement with it or had any issues or concerns with it.
Keep going, Nadia. This was,
Is this 10.4.1? Is that something in your bylaws?
yeah.
Okay,
And I believe I remember this presentation now. And we said we wanted to see some specific proposal. And because there was no specifics in it.
Right.
And we said we wanted to see a specific proposal. And I was hoping that that's what we were going to hear tonight.
yes, you definitely, I just wanted to know, this is where I came up with my proposal on what I'm proposing for the property.
Okay.
I looked at this and, based on 10.4.1, have an alternative, because when you get to the tail end of this, it does talk about survivability,
Yeah.
root structure or soil structures and so forth. And, if you've walked the area or are familiar, 63 trees it's a lot of trees.
Yeah, and I remember saying to the Submergians at the end of this presentation that I was disappointed that they didn't come in with a specific proposal.
Right.
And I gave them direction that they should come back with a specific proposal, and I'm assuming that that's why you're here tonight.
Yep, that's correct. So,
Super.
I sent you a plan earlier, this week.
Yep.
That's a little more specific. It's pretty general as far as it's not specifically locating the trees, and I will explain why if, I don't know if that's something you want to share.
Let's see, I actually have that one, Peninsula Drive.
So contrary to the proposal that they have submitted, I felt that that was a great number of trees, probably be smaller stock. Might be more difficult to maintain over that spread area. So I changed, and based on the plan, once you bring it up, I'm proposing 14 trees.
Yeah,
Of a
and I
larger size.
apologize, I'm having technical difficulties here.
That's fine. I can kind of go through and,
You want me to share my screen, Bob, with the?
Yeah, that'd be great. For some reason, I don't have all the stuff in my Google Drive that's supposed to be there.
so a lot of replication stock is typically smaller. So what I proposed was some larger stock. So instead of what you would get for replication stock, which was typically 1 inch or smaller. I was proposing inch to inch and a half stock, container stock. As you can see that, that the amount of trees that I have, 14 trees, basically spaced out along the area where the trees were removed. And then in and amongst that, I was looking to put 14 2 to 3 gallon lower stock, such as blueberry, viburnum, mountain laurel, and some plethora that would help to stabilize and maintain the understory, because there wasn't a lot of understory there to begin with. And one of the things they mentioned here was wildlife habitat, and I felt that a little more understory stock like that would promote more of that. So what essentially I'm proposing is 14 trees that would be larger, 14 ground plantings for understory. And in talking to the client, they said we'd set up some sort of temporary irrigation. I was going to use a specialty plant root stimulating starter fertilizer and incorporate that into the soil, so there'd be less runoff. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. I felt that the larger stock would be equivalent value to the smaller stock, but have a greater chance of survivability.
Lay down, please. Lay down.
All right.
So I didn't put anything in a specific location because due to the locations of the stumps, we're going to have to locate these trees on site when we do the work. The only other thing that I was thinking of doing was grinding the tops off of some of the stumps, using those coarse, large grindings to help to keep the moisture in the soils for the surrounding trees and help to stabilize from light runoff.
There are any comments or questions from commissioners? Richard Bursch.
Mr. Chair, Mark is my brother and he's working for the client, so I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I was recusing myself from this appointment.
Thank you very much, Richard. Other comments or questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Mark, the inch and a half to 2 inch, and that's at about 4 foot height, right? Is that where you're talking?
No, an inch and a half to 2 inch caliber tree for the deciduous trees is probably going to be about 8 to 9 feet in height.
Oh, so you
And
might,
the pines and the spruce would probably be 5 to 6 foot tall.
okay. So you're actually going to put some good sized trees in there then, if you're talking
Right.
2 inches at 8 to 10 feet. That's even better, Mark. I was going to suggest if it were just at 4 feet, go to the 2 inch side versus the inch and a half, because it'll get you a year's worth of growth right there.
Yeah.
So,
The-
yeah,
The other goal would be is I'm gonna try to minimize the use of my mini excavator and try to use a auger to drill the holes for these plants so
Yeah.
that we try to minimize how much disruption of the soil that we do.
you always do good work, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anything else, Jack?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any other comments from members of the commission? Are there any comments from members of the public? Even though this isn't a public hearing, I still, if anyone from the public has any comments, I would welcome them.
Really? Really?
Seeing no hands up, then I guess I would be looking for a motion to approve this remediation plan or this replanting plan.
So moved.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Mark, seconded by Jack Rabbit. Roll call vote. Rich has recused himself. Jeff's not here. Patty's not here. Katie Adams.
Hi, I'm not Katie Adams too.
Oh, geez.
I'm sorry. Katie Childs, I'm so sorry.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Select again.
Mike LaRue.
Aye.
I'm definitely not on top of my game tonight. Jack Rabbit,
Okay. Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you, Mark.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there anything, would you like me to coordinate with the conservation agent as far as when I do this, or have her review it? Probably, I don't know, either have her review it post or during.
That's up to her.
Okay. Well, I will touch base with her next week, and we'll work on a schedule and keep you posted.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yep. On to our first public hearing. Nadia, you can stop sharing that screen. Thank you so much. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Bylaw and Regulations is listed in Chapter 239, a public hearing on a notice of intent by V&V Lunenburg LLC for the development of a restaurant to a marijuana retail facility within the riverfront at 42 Sumner Street. Who do we have here for this proposal? Please raise
Hi,
your
can you hear me
hand.
okay?
Jane, Ian.
Ian,
So why don't you give your name and address and
Sure.
tell us about yourself?
sure. My name is Ian Ainsley. I am an engineer working for the applicant. The company I work for is Meisner Brem, which is at 142 Littleton Road in Westford, Mass.
And Ian, how would you like to share your screen to go through your presentation?
That would be nice. That would be helpful.
Why don't you do that then?
I think I could do that. I think I have the button here. Can you see the plans?
I can.
Okay. So let me just start by going through the property itself. So this property is 43 Summer Street. It's at the corner of Summer Street right here and Young's Road. It's Donnelly's Tavern, if you're familiar with that business. This property is right now, as you said, a restaurant. There's existing principal building right here, which is the restaurant, and a secondary building right here that was previously being used as a dwelling, but I believe that has been abandoned at this point. So this property has a perennial stream running down the east side of it right here. Some maps show it as Baker Brook, some maps show it as Falula Brook. I think kind of the FEMA map show it as Baker, and a lot of the state maps on the GIS show it as Falula. The stream runs from north up here to the south. There's two kind of bridges across Summer Street and Young's Road that it goes under. Because that is a perennial stream, there's a 200-foot riverfront area associated with that. So this kind of dark line right here, that's the 100-foot inner riparian zone, and this dark line right here is the 200-foot outer riparian zone. This property, the entirety of the property, is also in floodplain, bordering land subject to flooding. The 100-year flood elevation is about 368, and the majority of the property is about elevation 364, 365. So 3 or 4 feet underneath the floodplain elevation. So what we want to do is redevelop the site. We're going to be changing the nature of the business from a restaurant to a marijuana dispensary. And in order to do that, we are going to be making some changes to the site. So what we're trying to do, this is kind of a diagram of what's going to happen with the pavement that's there now. These areas that kind of have the little grass symbols there, you can kind of see that. That is all pavement that's going to be ripped up and converted into grass. And then the striped area is pavement that the top coat of the pavement is going to be removed, and it's going to be repaved and smooth it all over. And then there's one brand new area of pavement right here to kind of square it off. So we're basically going from this right here, the existing condition to the final condition, which is right here. It's a significant reduction in the amount of pavement on the property, about 9,000 square feet. I would say, I think there's 5,500 of that in the riverfront area. So within the riverfront, it's a reduction of 5,500 square feet. Right now, stormwater kind of runs across the property toward the brook. There is kind of like a ridge right here that prevents it from just running off down there. I think it would spill over in a large storm, but during small storms, it kind of ponds in this area over here. So we've also put a an infiltration trench there to try to infiltrate that into the ground and treat it and improve what's there now. The planning board's peer reviewer, Graves Engineering, did review these plans because we're at the planning board for a special permit as well. And they did not have any comments as far as the stormwater design goes. They seemed like they were amenable to it. So that is the gist of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions and provide any clarification that I can.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Hello, Ian. Thank you we were out there last week and impressed with the plan. The questions I had were based on some prior experience we had with regard to the old Summer Street.
Yeah.
And the whole issue of drainage that's going into Baker's Brook or Fallujah. I just learned that. And I understand, I see the wells, or essentially the drainage area. Are you trying to do anything to keep the problem that we saw? It was essentially the road runoff, tons of cigarettes, tons of garbage moving in. And essentially it seemed like the whole lowland area within that area. Is there any, is that catch basin going to be catching anything, or is it just going to be allowing water to move through? And that would be then my next question, if it wasn't catching anything or slowing it down.
Where specifically are you talking on the site?
Okay, I'm looking at 365 elevation, kind of the backside of the number 11. Is that an 11 there? I'll go to the back, the parking lot towards the brook.
Oh, here, yep.
And that's, I believe that's your infiltration.
Yep, so it's going to be a stone trench basically at the surface.
Is it going to be capturing anything like debris coming in off the street?
I don't believe so. I mean, unless there's a lot of water coming in carrying the debris. I wouldn't expect it to travel that far. Did you see kind of debris ponding up over here now?
I didn't have the drawing, or didn't have time enough to go take a look at the drawing. So that was the question based on my experience. We had a pollution problem with regard to the brook, and it was coming off of Summer Street. Now, this is before they made the improvements on Summer Street.
Yeah, they rebuilt it basically.
They rebuilt the entire thing. So I don't know how high it's sitting off the road, or whether we're going to get any water intrusion. And I was hoping you could lend some light on that.
Well, I can tell you that the elevation does go down from Summer Street, and it does that now presently. So the way it is now, it does kind of come in and it flows that way. If it's happening now, I don't expect a big difference compared to what's happening right now. The difference will be, instead of ponding here with nowhere to go, it's going to go into a, I can kind of show you a side view of it. It's going to go into a trench, and there's kind of like a diaphragm that we have here first, a separate stone area, and that's going to pre-treat, take out a lot of the solids and I guess the trash too. And that's not going to infiltrate. That's going to kind of capture some of the debris coming in, and then it's going to spill over into the trench and ultimately infiltrate into the ground.
Okay, so is there a maintenance plan for that first catch basin, little catch basin there?
Yes. So I did do a stormwater. Let me see if I can pull it up. We did do a stormwater management report that has calculations in it.
Yeah.
And I believe we did operation and maintenance in that report, and you have this. So there is a operation maintenance document in there that talks about, sweeping the pavement, how to maintain the infiltration trench. It's going to be inspected and, you know,
Now,
anything
who's
that's in
going to
there,
be
pull it
doing
out.
who's doing the inspection and where's that inspection report going?
So the owner would be responsible, the property owner. I expect that they would probably hire, you know, a contractor to do it.
Okay.
But the inspections, it can go to the town. I mean, that's something that could be specified maybe in the order. If the Conservation Commission or another entity
Well,
wanted the
yeah.
inspection reports, yeah.
I think that the town where it's private property, we've got enough. And I'm just thinking that perhaps it would be better if you went out and got an independent agency to
Yeah.
provide a report. I'm not sure where they would send that, where you're planning on sending that. I think that it could be conservation, it could be building department. I'm not sure how that whole mechanics works, where these reports are going. So if we could go in the direction of you're proposing that you have an independent party come in and do a regular inspection on it and send us reports, that would be much preferable over just handing over the town and saying good luck.
Sure. I don't think that's an issue on our end.
Okay, so if we can incorporate that in, that it would be recorded in the deed, that they would, maintenance would be done.
Sure.
That's all I have.
Anything else, Jack?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public? Richard Bursch has a comment or question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick question in perusing. You show the grass being added in the areas where you're removing the blacktop. Are you showing somewhere on the plan that all areas that are not blacktop will be loamed and seeded?
Yes, I believe so. There's a
Okay.
diagram, there's a legend on that sheet. And so you're going to
Upside
remove the
down
pavement
is
and
green.
replace with 4 inches of loam and seed.
On the
Okay.
people attending, I saw John
Well, it says-
Fortune.
I know, it says Townsend Harbor Road. Notice NOA.
Someone's talking with it's not muted.
That's me.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ian.
All right, I do see that. I just. So I see remove pavement, loam and seed. But I don't see the other areas being loamed and seeded.
So not all of the areas are going to be grassed. So this is pavement right now that's going to be essentially repaved. It's only these areas with this kind of grass symbol that are going to be converted from pavement to grass. The grass that's there now, you know, the vegetated area that's there now is going to remain the same.
Okay, so you're not improving any of those areas out there as
Correct.
they exist today.
Correct.
And is your parking lot going to be completely curbed in? So you're not going to get any of the runoff from the salt and things like that, the street oils? Or is it just free flowing off of the paved areas?
It is free flowing. As I mentioned, it is that way now. There is a ridge right here. So that ridge prevents the water from just spilling off down into the brook. And then, so when the water hits the ridge, it's going to be corralled into the trench here, especially for, you know, smaller storms, maybe not in a once in 100-year type thing, but it's going to capture the common storms.
Thank you for now, Mr. Chair. I just want to review this again on my
You're gonna-
time.
I have a question. Nadia, do we have a DEP number for this NOI yet?
No,
I do not believe we do.
And Ian, I tell you the same thing I tell all applicants. I urge you to take, and once you have your check has been cashed by that you sent to the DEP, you got a copy of the check and you send it to the person responsible for reviewing the application. So that because oftentimes that holds up the issuance of the DEP number?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been having that problem, especially in the kind of Northeast region recently, where they take a little while to issue the number. They did email me and ask me for electronic copies of the plans, so I assume they at least got that part.
Well, but they won't issue the number until Boston
Yeah,
notifies them that they've received payment, and you can get to them with the notification of payment a lot quicker than Boston will.
yeah.
Just
I'll
a
look into
suggestion.
it.
Just a suggestion. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public?
Yeah, I did have one more, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Yeah, if we could, Ian, I would just feel a little better where you're taking the shed down and you're gonna be working in other areas that, at least we have a call out that all areas disturbed or unvegetated currently will be regraded, loamed and seeded, and have a seed mix either in the narrative or on the plan.
Sure.
Because I
Yeah.
mean, I do agree definitely with the way you've got it, that you're gonna be reseeding where you're taking out the blacktop, but you know, that over the years, that's all kind of gravel and fill, and you know, where we're gonna have runoff going through there, we should take this opportunity to clean up as much of the edge of the brook and the runoff filter strip that will help protect the brook moving forward.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll put some kind of generic note on the plan that says any disturbed area will be.
Yeah,
you know,
I try to be as like I say, specific as possible. I mean, we should be doing all that we can to improve that filter strip, because it is pretty nasty as it is now and full of trash and things like that. So really should be trying to clean up the site and all along there and making sure it's vegetated properly.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And if there are no comments from members of the public, then with the applicant's permission, I'd like to continue this to our next meeting, which I believe is the 15th.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
All right, motion and second. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
aye for myself.
Okay.
Thank
you very
you,
much.
Ian. Can you please stop sharing
Thanks,
your
Ian.
screen?
Yeah.
Excellent. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunenburg Wetland Protection Bylaw and Regulations is listed in Chapter 239, a public meeting on a notice of intent by Hickory Hills Association for the approval of a whole lake management plan at Hickory Hills Lake at Townsend Harbor Road. Who is here to represent Hickory Hills Lake?
I am Paula Bertram.
Paul Birch, want to give your name and address and what are
Paula
you?
Birch.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Paula Bertram, 312 Townsend Harbor Road, and I am the president of Hickory Hills Landowners, Inc. and the chair of the Lake Management Group.
And are you willing to share your screen, Paula?
I do.
All right, take it away.
Okay, so we have been before you a few times with lake management plan for the management of Hickory Hills Lake here in Lunenburg. And this is the updated plan based on the experiences that have occurred over the last several years. And I will try to be brief. So the identified areas of concern as of right now continue to be invasive species. We have fanwort here in the lake. We have American lotus and purple loosestrife around the lake, which is managed by volunteers. The other issue we have is aquatic vegetation management, is making sure that we maintain that healthy balance. Stormwater impacts, ensuring that we have the proper water quality. We have experienced a few algae blooms. And then obviously erosion continues to be an issue that we deal with. So talking about a little bit about each of those, fanwort is one of the most invasive species of invasives, because it spreads by both fragmentation and root, and it's capable of rapid growth and can grow very quickly. It can grow up to 1 inch a day. American Lotus was discovered in 2018 in an area off of Hemlock Terrace and covers an area of approximately 4,000 square feet. It is currently being managed by volunteers. If allowed to go out of control, it can impede recreational uses and it can aggressively outcompete native vegetation. Purple loosestrife, although very pretty to look at, can exclude native plants and take over an area. And it can produce, one single plant can produce 1 million or more small seeds that are spread. So making sure that it doesn't take over a wetlands area is vital. So a little bit about aquatic vegetation management. Anytime that any vegetation becomes overpowering and dense, it can actually deplete the available oxygen in the water, impacting wildlife, and it can increase sediment levels as it dies off. So maintaining the right balance, no one wants a lake to be a swimming pool at all, but maintaining that balance is important. The stormwater, we hired a consultant, ESS Group Inc., and we're working very closely with Carl Nielsen of that organization. And he has determined that stormwater is a major contributor to phosphorus levels in the lake, which are talked about extensively within the plan. And that is contributing to algae growth, cyanobacteria problems, and weed growth. There are about 51 stormwater structures in the Hickory Hills area, both outfalls and catch basins. And as you know, stormwater not only brings in rain, but anything that's in its path, whether it be trash, sewage, bacteria, fertilizer, et cetera. And unfortunately, there are many structures that dump that right into the lake. So water quality, although not a management practice per se, obviously making sure that the water quality is healthy is important. So we are doing extensive monitoring, and then that allows us to detect a problem may occur because of the changing conditions in the water. So maintaining proper water quality continues to be one of our goals. As I mentioned, there have been several algae blooms here on the lake. We had a significant algae blooms in 2018 and 2019 on Little Hickory, which we actually had to close that area for recreational use. And last year we did have several suspect algae blooms, which we came to the commission about. As you guys are aware, an algae bloom can be a variety of colors. It can be green, yellowish, brown, or red. And we actually did experience a red bloom last year, which was a Euglena species. As an algae bloom grows, it consumes the oxygen in the water, and obviously that's a negative impact to the environment. But a cyanobacteria bloom can be obviously toxic to pets and people. Erosion control, maintaining shoreline and improving shoreline along the lake continues to be one of our active goals. Erosion is caused by stormwater, boat traffic, foot traffic, etc. So that is a problem that we deal with on a regular basis. So some of the things that we intend to continue to do to manage these problems is prevention of invasive species, making sure we don't end up with another invasive, controlling the current invasives that we have, and our methods proposed to do that are to continue to survey for fanwort and then use diver assisted hand pulling rather than suction harvesting, which is something that we did in the past. What we've identified is, since we did a full lake treatment in 2020 with the Conservation Commission's approval, fanwort was successful. We did have areas of fanwort that still need to be addressed, but what we've determined is, now that we've reset the lake, that our focus should be on diver assisted hand pulling rather than suction harvesting, because it can be more surgical in nature. We do need to plan on continuing to use herbicides. Our hope is that we can minimize that with the diver assisted hand pulling. And there are several herbicides that we're proposing that I'll talk about. And then hand pulling in shallow areas by trained individuals. For aquatic vegetation management, we're proposing the continued use of benthic barriers by homeowners, not necessarily in community areas. That is a program that we launched several years ago. And that's talked about within the plan. We continue to utilize drawdown to control native vegetation along the shorelines. And then herbicides for native vegetation or nuisance vegetation versus invasive species. And then we've launched an extensive stormwater testing and management program. For water quality and algae blooms, we are doing extensive water quality testing. We'd like to continue using the aeration system at Little Hickory, which has been very beneficial to that small body of water. We do want to, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, is beneficial bacteria. We did do some testing of that and it was approved in our last NOI. Unfortunately, the testing that we did was not done correctly. We did not use the right dosage. So we would like to redo that. Algae control, there are several methods that I'll talk about that we're proposing for algae control, and those are ongoing techniques that we have used, and the same with erosion. So for prevention of invasive species, we did adopt a protocol several years ago requiring that all boats and trailers that come into the lake have to be inspected by trained individuals. And this year, we actually initiated a boat inspection training program a few months ago, and it was really well received. We had about 20 people attend the training, and it instructs people on how to inspect every part of the equipment that goes into the lake, not only the boat and the trailer, but any equipment that was used, whether it be a fishing rod or coolers, etc. We're really teaching people the importance of checking their equipment before launching. So as I said, diver hand pulling is going to be our preferred approach for removal. And this would be appropriate in areas that are less than 1/4 of an acre or about 10,000 square feet. And this is based on ESS's recommendation. So the herbicides that we're proposing to treat the invasives for spot treatments of fanwort, and this will be in areas that are larger than 10,000 square feet. And ESS is recommending treatment with either flumoxazine, which is Clipper, the common name, or pellet fluoridone or Sonar. In the event that the infestation of American Lotus takes off, which we are hoping doesn't happen, he recommends that we treat that area with a Mazamox, which is a new herbicide with very low toxicity to animals or humans. Benthic barriers, as I mentioned, in our past plans, we had deployed these throughout common areas. And what we found is in areas that don't see regular use, such as a swimming area, the sediment would build up and eventually fanwort would grow on top of it. So we found that it wasn't really effective. But we did launch a program in our last plan, which allowed homeowners to submit an application for a benthic area, maximum size 30 by 30 in swimming areas to allow people access to the lake. And those have worked very well for the homeowners that did do that. And those homeowners are listed in the plan to date. We haven't had anyone new come forward, but we are proposing to continue that program for homeowners. We are proposing to continue to use Drawdown as a tool. And Drawdown is currently under a different notice of intent with the commission or an order of conditions, and we'd like to combine them. So we have one order of conditions for the entire lake. We're continuing to bring down the lake 4 feet yearly, and the dates, et cetera, are talked about within the plan. And while the lake is drawn down, we encourage property owners to clean up their beaches, remove biomass. In many years ago, we had a mechanical harvester which removed biomass from the lake. And with the advent of fanwort, we discontinued that. So we encourage people to clean the areas to remove that sediment and biomass. And it can be done by mechanical means, provided that it's not done within the body of water. The management goal to control vegetation is anything above 50% coverage is of concern. Because as I said earlier, it depletes the oxygen level and it can negatively impact the ecology of the lake. So in some instances, and right now, we're not planning to do that. We actually have a vegetation survey scheduled at the end of this month, early July, to do our annual vegetation survey, and that will determine any areas that are exceeding that 50%. And our main focus would be on areas that are 75% to 100% covered. And that those areas may be treated with Enhanced and dicot. Stormwater management. As I said, we've launched a pretty extensive stormwater management program, and that management program is being led by Carl Strathmeyer and Carol Hatch. And we have a whole bunch of people on the lake that have volunteered to go out and do testing after stormwater events. And we're testing for total phosphorus as well as E. coli at multiple locations, and the plan has a map of those locations. And our hope is to identify inflows carrying the pollutants into the lake. So we'll be testing locations, and then we'll be deploying a bracketing strategy. So if we test a location that doesn't appear to have an issue, and then we move upstream, then we may move to a different location. And if we do find a place that appears to have high phosphorus or bacteria or E. coli, we would then move upstream and try to narrow down what the source. So that's our strategy. As noted in the plan, each testing location would be tested 4 times a year. And we're really looking to continue our partnership with the town. We had a very good relationship with Jack Roddiquin, the former DPW director, who worked with us on constructing and maintaining some plunge pools around the lake. And we're hoping to continue that with the town. There are a couple problems areas that are identified in the plan that may need additional plunge pools. And the majority of those are on the Little Hickory. There is one area off of Cove Road that is problematic. And then road runoff from the roadway is going directly into the lake and needs to be addressed. One of the things we are doing right now is ESS just came out to look at the plunge pools to see if they're adequately sized for the areas that they're located, to make sure that they're removing the contaminants that they're designed to do. Aeration, as I said earlier, we want to continue that at Little Hickory. It's been great for that water body. The water's been much clearer since the system was installed. As I said earlier, beneficial bacteria, we have 2 sites that have been identified that have volunteered to become test sites, and that's 17 Crescent Road on Little Hickory, and the other is in the main lake in front of 379 Townsend Harbor Road. So what we would do is mark an area, and as you can see in this slide from the previous program, we marked it with doodles, and then the sediment levels are measured to determine if it's working. We did see, even though the dosage was incorrect last time, we did see that it affected the plants in the area because it did uproot the plants, lily pads, et cetera, that in that area. So there was something happening in the sediment layer, but we just didn't see the results we wanted to. So we're hoping that if we do it correctly this time, we will. We'll continue our water quality testing program, which was outlined in the plan. One of the things that we have discovered, however, and this is since the plan was done, is that testing for dissolved phosphorus is very difficult for us because we can't do the filtering that's required in the field. So we did talk with Carl Nielsen, and he is recommending that we continue with total phosphorus and do not do the dissolved phosphorus testing. So if that's acceptable to the commission, that is something we would like to do. So we continue to monitor and test for algae. We have an email alias set up so that people can report a suspect algae bloom. And we actually did have one just a couple of days ago, which turned out to be pollen. But we have a program that volunteers go out and test it, and then we take photographs, consult with ESS. And if testing is required, we go ahead and do the testing and send that out to a lab in California. If we do have another algae bloom, we would propose alum treatments. There are 2 specific areas we're proposing alum, and that's again in Little Hickory. We have done that several times in Little Hickory. And we're also proposing Hemlock Beach, which we have treated once. But alum, unlike other algae treatments, it doesn't kill the algae. It binds with the phosphorus and sinks to the bottom of the lake. And that's the preferred method, so that the toxins aren't released. Copper sulfate is sort of a last resort in the event of an algae bloom, and we did have to do that in 2020, last year, due to the cyanobacteria bloom that we experienced. And if in the event of another algae bloom, we would come to the commission and seek permission to go ahead with the copper sulfate treatment. So erosion, we do a number of different erosion control methods. We do core logs, rocks, brush mats where appropriate, wooden logs. We have an abundance of wooden logs that pop up around the lake. So we sometimes deploy those to maintain shoreline. And then we have replanted with native vegetation, always trying to mimic the plants that are already on the island. So we are always looking for new methods and new strategies to deal with lake management. So a couple of the things that are noted in the plan that we're continuing to investigate is am I getting feedback or is it just me? Because I'm getting like a feedback. Is anybody else hearing it?
Nope.
Okay, good. So there are 3 technologies from Higgins Environmental that we're looking at. One is the P-pod, and that is proposed for fanwort control. And we have not yet identified a site. We submitted an application with Higgins. They were awarded a grant to test some of their technology, and we're hoping we're selected as one of the sites that we could be a test site. Algae management, we have investigated the use of barley straw, which does appear to work in some circumstances. So we're looking to see if that might be a potential strategy. Sonication remains on our radar to look at for algae treatment. The problem with that is that it requires electricity similar to the aeration system. So we would have to find a site that would be willing to serve as a test site. And we actually do have one on the lake over at the Woodlands. We have a couple that is willing to host a sonication device and see if it works. And this is an area that is very high in algae content, so we would like to try that in that area. Liming is not something we're proposing currently, but something we'd like to keep in our toolbox and continue to investigate. But since we have the fanwort under control at the present time, it's not something that's of immediate that we plan to test anytime in the immediate future. APODs is another technology by Higgins that we'd like to test if we can find an appropriate site. Rock veins, one of the problems we have at the Lotus Inlet is during a storm event. Right now, if you were to look at the Lotus, it's very calm. But during a major storm event, it can be a roaring river, and we see a lot of erosion and a lot of sedimentation from that. So rock veins in that particular area may be appropriate. We'd like to potentially meet with DEP and the Army Corps of Engineers to look at the viability of that. For stormwater management, ASPOD is a strategy, again, by Higgins that is proposed to remove contaminants from stormwater. And sonication is a mistake there, so please ignore that. Hydro raking is something we did deploy many years ago, and it is potential. We wanted to explore the possibility of using that technique in areas that have 75% more of coverage, 75% coverage of native vegetation, provided that a full survey was done to determine the absence of invasive species. Obviously, we would hate to hydro rake in an area where invasive species were present. And again, the SPODs for aquatic vegetation management. Two of the things that we have suspended, as I mentioned earlier, the diver-assisted suction harvesting, which we had an incredible amount of volunteers spend countless hours out there doing tremendous work for the lake. And then when we found that it was just not something we managed, that's when we did the full lake treatment. Based on the current situation in the lake, we are suspending the diver assisted suction harvesting program in favor of doing the more surgical approach of the hand harvesting. But in the event that we find ourselves in a situation where we do have dense sand beds, we would revitalize that program. The same with the MS1. We did suspend that for mechanical issues, and we had a couple volunteers try it, and it tended to be a very cumbersome process. So if we were to deploy that strategy again, we would have to do some fine tuning of the equipment to make it easier to manipulate and easier to use. But they are both essentially suction machines that would suction the invasive species out of an area. So that is the plan in a nutshell, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions or comments from members of the commission? Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I couldn't resist. First of all, Paula, thank you so much on so many pieces. Paula is also a member of our Stormwater Task Force Committee, and she has been totally invaluable in terms of helping us move ahead. And Paula, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. You're really you're doing an awesome job, girl. The second point is that you had about 55 outflows coming directly onto Hickory Hills. That doesn't include the Mulpus.
Right.
All those outflows into the Mulpus. So you take another 15 or 20 on top of that. And all of a sudden, this lake becomes very, very vulnerable to phosphorus and development and things like that as well. So our task force has a lot to work on here, but I just wanted to point that out. Oh, by the way, Paula, there were 8 siphons now, not 4.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
No, the picture.
No, the picture. Well, that was an old picture.
Right. I know. Thank you so much, Paul. You did great. You're doing great. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Other comments or questions from members of the commission? Richard Bursch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple quick questions, Paula. By the way, tremendous amount of information that you've got here. It definitely is going to take a little time to go through. You had mentioned combining the permits of the lake management plan and the drawdown.
Right.
Do you have a schedule of how you're going to bring both of those up for approval at the same time?
Well, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to incorporate the drawdown into the lake management plan.
Okay, so you're going to present the drawdown portion of it later, or?
I guess I mean, it's articulated in the plan. Is there something specific that you're looking for? I know John.
Well, I know on the drawdowns, the times, the depths, the targets, things like that. Because
Okay,
I think
so
we were at 4 foot currently.
Right. And John Fortune is here, and he was the lead on the other NOI, so I'll have him speak to that, John.
Okay, have you filed both together?
Rich, it was my suggestion to them. I mean, right now they have 2 different NOIs with 2 different orders of conditions, and they are duplicative and they overlap. And it was my suggestion to them that as part of this process, they take and they file one application that covered both the lake management plan and the drawdown, and that they close out both of their current order of conditions. That was my suggestion, not theirs. And because I think it would be clearer, but that's just my opinion. And so if there's something more you're looking for in terms of the drawdown that you didn't see tonight, I'd appreciate it if you would, elaborate on that.
I guess I didn't see a whole lot of anything on the drawdown.
All right.
And it's not, I mean, it's not listed on our agenda. Is it listed in their application that way?
It's listed as part of the techniques in the lake management plan, and I did talk with Matt when I met with him. And since it's a management tool that we're using as a management technique, he thought it could be combined under the NOI as part of our plan, and be listed as the plan does talk about drawdown. If there's more particulars you want in the plan, we can certainly do that. but it is being utilized as a lake management technique in accordance with the lake management plan. And when I met with Matt to go over what I needed to file and what I needed to put on the NOI, he said just put other because it's everything all in one. So that's what I did. But John, if you want to speak to Drawdown.
John Fortune.
All right, thank you. Yes, John.
Actually,
Fortune.
Mr. Chair, let me just
I'm
finish
sorry,
with the
let's go back to Rich
presentation
Birch first.
that Paula had. You had mentioned, Paula, that there was recommended to stop testing the dissolved phosphates.
Yep.
And what was the rationale behind that?
Because we cannot perform the in-field filtering that is needed to get accurate results. We've been paying for the testing and the lab consistently notes. And if you look at the water testing reports in the plan, they consistently note that it was not filtered in the field. So we talked with Carl Nielsen and he said the total phosphorus is the number, we can work with just the total phosphorus number. There's no way you guys as volunteers will be able to filter it in the field. So let's eliminate that and just do the total phos. So that's the recommendation of ESS. And I can certainly get more information from him on that if you desired.
As long as your professional feels that they can still gather enough information from discarding that from your data collection, I guess that's okay.
Okay.
In thumbing through the proposal, I did happen to see a year-end report for 2020. Did you have one for 2021?
No, the year-end report that you see is from Solitude Lake Management.
Yeah.
And that's from the last treatment. We have not done a subsequent treatment since then. So we do not have another one.
Okay, so no, just overall, this is what we did for 2021. This is how it came out. This is what we would change.
Well, that's what the lake management plan is. I mean, it talks about what we've done and what we're proposing to do. And I've tried to include all the testing that we've done in the appendices. So, but no, we don't have another year-end report.
Okay. Yeah, I guess personally, I just had a little bit of a problem following through everything, trying to find what we've done and how it worked out. And so I guess I'd like to see a little more of that. Like you had talked about the pellets in Hickory Hill and Little Hickory, which it talked about in the management plan, but it never talked about the summary of the project or how it came out.
Well, that's in the previous plan. If you look at the plan that just expired, all of those details are in there. The graphs are in there. All the sediment levels are in there. Since we had no new data to provide, but that plan is filed with the conservation and DEP and contains all of that data.
And I thought we had. I just was reading through and you list the project, but you don't list anything else with it where it was an older project. So
right, because I tried to take out redundant information that really truly wasn't relevant, and putting all the data in there from the muck pellets that we found was not correct. Didn't make a lot of sense at the time. And as I said, all of the graphs and everything that Steve Douglas, who kind of led the project, put together are all in the prior plan.
Okay. And I guess at this point, are you looking for, and how long is this for? 3 years?
Yeah, I'd like to understand that a little bit, the 3 years versus the 5 years. Previously, we filed for an extension. Can we simply request a 5-year NOI, or do we have to go through an extension process?
Well, let me just ask the question quick. I was just seeing how long you were filing for. So you're looking for a 3-year permit for any chemical release that you have just generally kind of explained in the management plan?
Yes, the
Okay,
spot
so
treatment.
you're not looking to come back with any specifics as far as location, duration, concentration for any of the chemical releases for the next 3 years?
We're looking to do, as I said in the plan, spot treatments with sonar or clipper. They would be low dosage treatments, as we did with, anytime we do a chemical treatment, it has to be done by a licensed herbicide applicator who has to get a permit from DEP. And as to locations, it's going to vary. It's going to be any area where there's more than a 1/4 acre of fanwort. If there's less than a quarter of acre of fanwort, we would deploy the diver assisted suction harvesting method. But if we come across an area in which we have an acre of fanwort, it needs to be treated. And the quicker that we can treat that, the better, because as I said, fanwort spreads by both fragmentation and roots. So if it gets cut up by a boat and fragments, we're going to end up with a lake full of fanwort again. So we are looking for permission in those kind of instances to deploy sonar or a clipper, depending on what ESS recommends at the concentration recommended by ESS. And certainly we could notify the Conservation Commission prior to that treatment, as we have done in the past. We've always let Matt know, we're moving ahead with this and this is the proposal. And I would propose a similar strategy. There's no way to articulate in a plan concentrations or exact locations until the fanwort starts growing and until we know the area that it's going to have to be treated.
Okay, thank you.
Rich, I'm sorry, go ahead, Rich.
I guess those are my questions for now. I guess just a quick comment on the chemical release and, the way we've handled this in the past. I do have a hard time just giving a blanket go ahead for that. I mean, I don't have a problem with any of the physical means, the A-pods, the P-pods, the dash, but I do think that the commission should have a little more review of any chemical releases in the lake. I don't feel comfortable just giving a blanket 3-year permit for chemical release of maybe this, maybe that, maybe there, maybe here. So that would be my only concern as to the plan that was presented so far.
Well, can I respond to that, Mr. Chair?
Please do.
So, a lake is a living thing and there's no way to know exactly what's going to be needed and when it's needed. So to have to file, I want to explain the process to filing an NOI for the plan. There were over 300 notices to abutters that went out. It took 5 people over 6 hours just to do the mailing. And it was extremely expensive. Currently, I have over $700 just in putting the plan together and doing the mailing. So if we have to do that anytime that we want to do a spot treatment, that's going to be an incredible financial burden for the lake. So what we are looking for is permission to use these chemicals as articulated in the plan. Certainly the commission can put a stipulation that prior to any application, we need to notify the commission or attend a meeting. But I would ask that rather than having us file an NOI for every single time we need to do a treatment, that the commission consider that if you want to require that we notify you of the parts per billion, what the chemical is, or come to a meeting, I'm certainly more than amenable to that. But it's not something I can articulate every single time, because as I said, it's a living entity. Right now, we at the end of the season last year, we had a problem in zone 5 and in zone 12 of the lake. We may have a problem in zone 3. We may have a problem in zone 24 this year. So there's no way for me to know until such time as the lakes start growing, we get the vegetation survey, and it can change from May to August. The lake is going to be very different. So I'm certainly amenable to coming back and providing the commission with specifics, and I completely understand why you would want those specifics. But again, we are looking to avoid having to do a full lake treatment again. We don't want to be in that situation. And according to ESS, provided that we stay on top of it and do spot treatments as necessary and do hand harvesting in small areas, our hope is that we will never have to do another full lake treatment. But if we have to file an NOI every time we do a spot treatment, we will find ourselves in a situation where we have a lake full of fanwort again.
Rich, I'm just asking you, I mean, are you, this is what we did with Lake Shirley in the past, I believe, where they had to come before us and provide 7 days notice anytime they were going to do a chemical treatment. Would you be comfortable with something like that for Hickory Hills Lake, or will you look for them to file a full NOI every time they want to do a treatment?
No, I certainly am not looking to overburden them with process, but I
Yeah.
just think that the commission should be reviewing these prior to the chemical releases. I think that we're kind of being a little derelict in our duties. I mean, Hickory Hills has a great base around it, a supportive population, but the commission is also responsible for everything downstream and in the aquifer throughout Lunenburg. So I do think we do have other responsibilities, not just to Hickory Hills itself. So I do think it's something that we do need to review more often than once every 3 years.
Thank you, Richard. And what additional information were you looking for as far as drawdowns? And then I'm going to go to John Fortune, and then I'm going to go to John Rabbit.
I guess I'd be looking for a schedule as to if they're looking for 3 years, what our next 3 years planning is, how it worked as far as what weeds were controlled, when, did it reach their targets? Were they able to bring the water down in the period that they could freeze off in the cold and bring it back up again? I mean, just a little more than we're going to do a drawdown and we have a bunch of pipes. I mean, we definitely put a lot more effort into the original NOI, and there was quite a bit of data that was presented. So, I mean, I don't have any problems with adding it and putting it all into one NOI.
Yeah,
That's certainly not the issue. I mean, it just needs to be advertised, put on the agenda and presented that way.
thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would just note that the last time when we had all that extensive stuff, there was a discussion about 6-foot drawdown, and they're not talking about that now. John Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. In answer, a couple of answers to the previous speaker's questions. One of the conditions, and by the way, that order of condition for drawdown was 208-1133. The one for the lake management plan was 208-1104. And those are both being, as was mentioned earlier, asked to be combined in this. The water quality testing that was part of drawdown has become part of the lake management plan that was not in that previously. So that has been added in. Drawdown is the numbers, as Paula mentioned earlier, a 4-foot drawdown was also added to the plan. It was not there in the past. Those were the two major things that the commission asked for, as well as one final thing, and that was that we come back yearly, and we have come back yearly to the commission to give a brief overview of the things that you've just talked about. How did the drawdown work in the previous years? What numbers are you trying to go to? So we have been doing that yearly before we do a drawdown. It usually happens every September or October. We come back to the commission with that data and provide that. We're looking to continue with a 4-foot drawdown, as Paula mentioned. That seems to be the sweet spot that we have for people being able to get their properties managed, cleaned up and managed, as well as the Hickory Hills landowners' properties that are on the lake as well, to clean those. Going much below that, we feel are going to affect a couple people's wells that are on the lake. So at this point, that is not part of the proposal. I think that answered a couple of questions that you might have had on those things. Are there any others specific?
We're going to take that as a no, John.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, if I might, through you, Mr. Chairman, to John, as well, in a second to Paula. When we did the original research, John, and we looked at the drawdowns, whether it was going to be 2 feet, 3 feet, 6 feet, we also identified that if we maintained it at a certain level, it was creating an opportunity for species that weren't quite as sensitive to the drawdown to essentially start taking over that territory. And that it was recommended there was a height, a cycling on the height. And I don't know if we stay at 4 feet, are we at the best advantage that we could possibly have if we take it down to 3? And I know we had explored the possibility of going to 6. We determined that we might get in trouble in somebody's wells. Have we done any sensitivity testing around the 5 feet? Such that we can get a wider swing, and maybe we can get it down to 3 feet and then go to 5, something along that line that might add a little bit, a better advantage and having more effect on the fan wart.
So sure. The best effect we've had on the fan wart overall is the chemical treatment that Paula talked about earlier. So
Right.
that has been, by far, that's conclusive evidence that that works well.
Mhm.
We did go a little bit further than 4 feet, not actually by choice, but as we were doing the cement work on the dam, and we found that even just a little more than 4 feet it affected 2 people's wells on the lake.
Okay.
So we brought it back up and to the 4 feet. But I will tell you, Mother Nature does a much better cycling job than we ever could. So there have been years that since we first started this, that we couldn't get down more than a couple inches. Or more than just bringing the boards out. So for everybody on the commission, when we take the boards out of the dam, there are 9 bays in the dam. Each bay has 3 6-inch boards, so we can bring the lake down 18 inches by just removing the boards, and that's what we typically do every year. And there are some years that we can't get any further below that, even with 8 pipes. So Mother Nature has done the cycling for us.
Okay.
In different years. Last year we got down to about 40 inches. We couldn't get to the full 48 inches by the December 1st, which of course is the cutoff date. So between November 1st and December 1st, that's as far as we could get down. And then when there are good rains and what we do is we go down and we try to maintain that level through January. When, as our research showed, January was the best chance of getting a hard freeze. We haven't truly had a full hard freeze without snow in January in several years now. So although it is effective, we know Drawdown is effective in minimizing some of the weeds along the edges. Honestly, the chemical treatment we did a couple of years ago minimized them more. So that again was more effective.
Very good. Thank you.
Other
Mr. Chairman,
comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I just make one comment?
Absolutely.
I thought I heard Rich mention the idea of advertising and combining it. And I just want to point out that we did advertise the lake management plan to the required number of abutters. Additionally, we sent out a link to all Hickory Hills landowners which exceed the 100-foot mark, so that everybody would have an opportunity to review the plan. We've also had a couple of sessions with ESS one of them was at the high school, so that everyone is aware of what's going on. And we do have an annual meeting with all of our shareholders. And as articulated in the plan, use of drawdown, the 4-foot drawdown is continued to be recommended. So I feel that we have notified individuals about the drawdown, and I would hope that the commission will not make us do another advertising to combine the 2 NOIs.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? If there aren't, are there any comments or questions from the members of the public? You can raise your hand by going to the reactions thing at the bottom of the page, and in there you'll find a raise your hand button. Since there are none, I just have a few additional comments, and these just reflect my own views. The end work, first of all, I don't think we have a DEP number for this yet. So we have to wait to hear what the DEP has to say. Am I correct about that? I believe I am. So we have to
Not
continue.
see a DP number available yet.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Nadia. The end product of this, of an NOI application is the issuance of an order of conditions. And I urge the members I urge Hickory Hills landowners to take a meet with Nadia and talk about, what are the specific things that you want to be able to continue to do under this order of conditions, without having to, come back. As an example, it's my personal view that you should be able to take in places where the shoreline has been the vegetated shoreline has been undercut by erosion. and you got the shelf of vegetated dirt hanging out over the lake, that we should be able to come along and, take rocks from the bottom of the lake and put them up under it there, or put coral logs, without any additional, RDA or application. The people should be able to take, that you should be able to continue to do the, the diver assisted, hand pulling, without any further stuff. What are the list of things that you want to be able to do, under this lake management plan, and it's, and that it would specify, and from the commission's point of view, I'd love to see, like an annual report. What happened this year?
Okay, so we have been coming back on an annual basis. to
I
provide
know that,
updates.
but I'm saying, let's define it. Let's work, have you work with our staff to take and say, what should be in the order of conditions? Because I believe in the,
Can I just comment? I think we have done that. If you look at the table of contents, it's very
Okay.
clearly spelled out. If you look at the table of contents of the plan, and this plan mimics the template established by the state DEP for an order of conditions. But if you look at the table of contents and you look at ongoing management techniques, and it very clearly states in each section, control of invasive species, diver assisted hand pulling, herbicides, hand pulling, aquatic vegetation management, benthic barriers, drawdown, herbicides, and they are bulleted. So I think that that's done already within the plan, very spelled out, but it's also, if you just look at the table of contents, it's very
Okay.
clearly listed.
thank you. Was just a suggestion. I'm looking for, if there are no other comments, I'm looking for a motion to continue into our next meeting,
Mr. Chairman,
which is the 15th. I'm sorry, go ahead, Paula.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, we do provide regular updates, and I would ask that if the commission has specific requirements, whether it would be a 7-day notice of herbicides and details on percentages, and I completely understand that, and I think it's something we should provide to you. Whether you want to do a 7-day notice or a 14-day notice, so that the commission is very aware of any herbicides that are being deployed into the lake and has the permission to approve or deny. We would have absolutely no problem with that, and would expect that the order of conditions would articulate that. As for the need for an annual report, have no problem with that being incorporated into the order as well.
Thank you, Paul. Is there anything else from anyone? I'm looking for John, rather.
Oh, we
Go ahead,
get
John.
confused. They confuse us all the time. I'm the good looking one. I shaved my head so I could be more like him. Anyways, so the continuation to the next meeting, what is the expectation from Hickory Hills landowners between now and then?
And so there's a question in there somewhere. I'm not sure I understand what it is.
So you said you would ask for a continuation.
Yep.
And I'm asking you, between now and then, are there further expectations from Hickory Hills landowners that we need to come back with, or are we just waiting for the DEP number?
All right, that's an excellent question, which I will ask of the commissioners. Do the commissioners have Richard Bursch?
For myself, John, I'm just gonna further review the lake management plan, because I was not aware that you were abandoning the notice of, or the order of conditions that you currently have for the drawdown. So I just want to I didn't look at this plan from that standpoint, so I'm going to review it from there and just go through it a little bit more. So I don't have any specific questions or comments at this point, but I am just going to have to do a little further review. Unfortunately, I guess I'm the only member that didn't get a chance to look at all 204 pages of this lake management plan, as nobody else has any questions about it.
No, that's not true.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One thing we can do before the next meeting, Rich, and we can forward it to Nadia so she can distribute it, is, put together the details that John talked about a little bit about, the height of the boards and when they go in, when they go out, the 4 feet. And we can certainly put something together, just a 1-page document that we can forward to you.
Well, honestly, if you're combining that activity, I would think that those specifications would be in your lake management plan if it's describing the activity. I do see that you have the dates in there,
Mhm.
and Jack had brought up the question about the variability of the drawdown, because that was always one of the issues that we had with the drawdown. Is it's supposed to be up, down, a year without? I know you have to bring some down because of dam safety, but it was supposed to be varied to keep the plants, I guess, guessing as to where the water level is going to be for the winter time. But yeah, just all the specifics, everything should be in the lake management plan. As much as can possibly be in there, at least what was in the last notice of intent and order of conditions. So it just
Okay.
makes it easier if everything's in one compendium, which I'm totally in favor of combining them. So I just want to make sure that everything that we need is in one document, so that if something comes up, we're not asking questions, or we don't have the public coming to us asking questions, and you guys say, well, it was in our lake management plan. So
Yeah.
we need to do a little bit of CYA on our side of this as well.
I completely agree. But if you do find things that you have questions on, or you would like to see modified, I would just, if you can get that information to us so that we can modify it prior to our hearing.
Yep.
Obviously, summer's underway and we want to move forward with some of our regular lake management techniques.
Yep. Has this expired?
Yes, it expired in April.
Okay.
I will tell the commission, we are trying to get on the schedule for an alum treatment in Hemlock and Little Hickory. And right now our contractor has provided a date of the end of June. So I'm hoping that we can achieve that.
Okay. Is that something you can, I mean, if you've already got it in the planning, send us a specific so we can review it.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Any questions I have, I'll certainly forward over as soon as I get them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Rich. Any other further comment? Mike LaRouche?
Yes, I just have, this is such a complicated and involved process, and I don't mean to question anything, but when any of these herbicide treatments are done, I just want to go and ask, what happens to the fish or other wildlife? Is there anything that happens to wildlife during these when we're trying to treat these invasives? Do we know what happens to the fish? Does anyone ever ask that, or?
Yeah, the chemicals that we use, and it is in the end of the year report exactly what we used and how it was used. If you look at, and we've only done one major chemical treatment on the lake, and that was in 2020, which we've provided that report. All of the herbicides we used are licensed by DEP. In Massachusetts, we have one of the most restrictive states for the licensing of herbicides. And the herbicides that we're using are approved and are not shown to have any effects on fish and aquatic wildlife.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's covered. Because the fish can't speak for themselves.
I completely understand, but also on the other side of that is if the lake gets to a level where it's so densely populated with invasives, the fish will die.
Okay.
And I
Thank
think
you, Paul.
and I think John has a response as well.
Just to follow up to that, we on Hickory Hills, we do a regular fishing tournaments, and we keep track of the fish caught, both the number and the weight of the fish. So we have actually tracked that and analyzed that as well over the past several years. And I can tell you it's probably improving. The fishing is improving. The weight of the fish is getting larger. And so yes, but we do keep track of that. And you do get annually, you do get, some small fish will die. That's just part of the pollen problem that you get in springtime. So we have seen some fish float up. It's kind of the natural occurrence. But anyways, yes, we track certainly bass fishing, which is the big thing here.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. Is there any other further comments? Then I'm looking for a motion to continue until this 15th.
So move.
Second.
All right, a motion and seconded. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you on the 15th.
All righty.
Thank you.
Continued public hearings pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, and Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations is listed in Chapter 239. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a request for determination by Jack Curtania for the removal of impervious surface within the buffer zone at 192 Townsend Harbor Road. Do we have Mr. Curtania or his representative here? Jack, I see you there. Jack, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself. All right. I have some introductory remarks. We had asked Mr. Curtania to apply for an RDA, to address his encroachment onto town land, and he did that. And we opened the public hearing, and it was continued to the next meeting, but it was left off the agenda at the next meeting. And so then it was rescheduled for the meeting after that, but it was left off the agenda of that meeting in addition. So we never completed the public hearing, and it was taken up under enforcement at that meeting. But I thought it appropriate that we continue the public hearing, close it out. And so that's why it's on the agenda tonight. And that's where we're at. So at the last meeting, I believe, under enforcement, Jack was told he was all set and he could proceed. I wasn't at that meeting. I believe at the last meeting, he was told he could keep the wall on the left side. I'm not sure that's appropriate. It's an encroachment onto town land, but that's my personal thoughts. Anybody else have any comment? Mr. Richard Bursch. Rich Bursch. I've asked Rich Bursch to unmute.
There we go. Let's try that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm appreciative of the second opportunity to take a look at this. Unfortunately, I had closed it prematurely at the last meeting, as you just explained. I was in favor of moving forward as recommended by our previous agent. Unfortunately, I did have a chance to drive by there, and I do regret that decision. I am not in favor of allowing that abutment to stay in that proximity to the road and on the town's property. So I do echo your concerns about leaving it there and would be in favor of removing it.
Thank you, Richard. Jack Rabbit.
Chairman, thank you. I did have a chance to go out and do the site walk with the team last week. And after looking at it a little more closely, I realized that there, a little bit further on, is essentially an outflow coming off the street right into that area. So I'm less concerned now that if we remove that wall, that would have a negative impact. By the way, it does create an opportunity for us to put a little bit of a plunge pool in there, or some sort of a stormwater garden to keep the debris from moving into that wetland. So I'm changing my position. I'm okay with removing it. And I would just like to make sure if the Stormwater Committee gets something moving on fixing that, but that's a different problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Mr. Curtania, do you have anything to add tonight?
No, like I said, I'll take down, that brick retaining wall there. It's about 10 foot long or 10-foot wide wall. So if you decide you want it out, we'll take it out.
Thank you very much. Rich Tremblay has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on the site walk last week as well, and I have a picture of what we're talking about. If you'd like me to put it up for everybody to see.
Sure, go ahead. You can share your screen.
Okay. Let's see. Because I need to figure out how to do that, right? Share my screen. Okay, here we go, I think. Can everybody see this?
I can see it says, yep, there you go. Yep, that's what we're talking about.
This is a picture that I took, and those are my comments that I made on the site walk on Saturday. So we're talking about this wall right here. There's also electrical conduit which travels under the ground. It goes to this lamp post. It also goes to a lamp post that used to be here. You can see the conduit comes up barely and the wire in question. And this is the backside. So this is pretty high through here. If that wall was removed and this was graded into the landscaping, I think that I don't think there'd be an erosion problem, but I just took these pictures. I thought it might be helpful to the group.
Thank you very much, Rich. I find them very, very helpful. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from members of the public? Then I guess if there are no further comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion to give a negative determination with the stipulation that this wall be removed.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion and second. Roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you so much, Mr. Catani, and thank you for your patience with us.
No problem. Thank you for your work. All right, so I got a couple questions.
Okay,
All right, are there any additional meetings or am I all set with?
you're
meetings?
done.
We're done with that. All right, are there any town permits required? Or anything that needs to be done by me now or
I don't,
one?
to my knowledge, the answer to that is no.
Okay. And let's see, what else do I have? No, I think that covers it then. All right, so I'll go with my plan that was submitted at the last meeting.
Super.
And I'll remove that section of the wall on the far side of the driveway.
Thank you.
Okay?
Along with the other stuff that was approved to be removed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, everything should be all set to go then. Just a
Thank
matter-
you. What are you gonna do with your Wednesday nights from now on?
I'll be back.
All right.
It's interesting. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Have a good day.
Take care.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239, the Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a notice of intent by Fitchburg Land Property Owner LLC to construct a 367,000 square foot warehouse and distribution facility with parking and stormwater controls at 260 Falula Road. Is there someone here for this application?
I got a call today from the engineer who's been presenting this, and they asked for a continuation. They still don't have the DEP number. They're still working with the planning board on revising the plan.
Thank you so much, Nadia. That's so helpful. I'm looking for a motion to continue until June 5th, or Rich Birch. Wait, let's see what Rich has to say.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just checking to see, we had talked amongst ourselves at the meeting, and the applicant was aware and said they didn't have a problem with having Graves review this project.
That's true.
From the Wetlands Protection Act and our local bylaw standpoint, as they only look at those projects from the planning board standpoint.
Yep.
And I was just checking to see if that had been requested.
No, but I think we should ask Nadia if she can reach out to the applicant and ask them and give them the sentiment of the commission that we'd appreciate if they would initiate that to expedite, the whole process.
I can definitely do that.
Thank you, Nadia, and thank you, Richard.
Yeah, I think they were definitely in favor of that. And I know I had spoken with Adam briefly, Nadia, to have Graves just look at it from those other standpoints and not just the planning board standpoint. So I think that can all be handled under the account that they have set up with the planning board at this point.
I think you're right, Rich. I believe if Nadia just takes and makes a phone call, sends an email because they're going to be interested in getting this behind them. So they're going to want to get started.
Yep.
Yeah, I can ask about that tomorrow.
Thank you, Nadia. If you just check with Adam on it, because I had spoken with him too.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40.
We didn't vote on the continuance.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Richard.
I'll make a motion. We continue to June 15th.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack.
Aye.
Aye for myself. Thank you, Richard, for catching that.
You'd have figured it out.
I don't know about that. I'm off my game tonight.
Hey, you're doing great, Bob. Don't worry.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, in Lunenburg Wetlands Bylaw and Regulations as listed in Chapter 239, the Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a request for determination by David Blatt for the removal of trees at 411 Goodrich Street. Is there anyone here for this application? This is the third meeting in a row that the applicant has not shown. Have you had any communication with this applicant, Nadia?
I do not believe that we have.
Then I am suggesting that Rich, can we just give a positive determination at this point?
There we certainly can. And I know would also recommend we go further, as we were on site, at least myself, Mike and Matt confirmed that there were violations. They were filling the 30-foot no disturbance zone, that we issue an enforcement order once we issue the positive determination and close out his RDA.
Yeah, and I also question whether that concrete driveway is in the buffer zone. From when I was on the site walk.
It is possible.
Yep. So I'm looking for a motion to issue a positive determination
So
for
moved.
this application.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
aye for myself. And Nadia, could you see if you believe that an enforcement order is called for here, appropriate?
Yeah, I had discussed this with Matt before he left, and we did agree that an enforcement order is probably appropriate as well.
All right, thank you so much, Nadia. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Bylaw and Regulations is listed in Chapter 239. The Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on a request for determination by John Walton for the construction of stairs, a landing, and a dock within the 100-foot buffer zone at 205 Sunset Lane, map 129, lot 8.
So this applicant is still waiting to get something back from MISA. So they had submitted a filing to MISA as well, and they're waiting to hear comments about it because it's in habitat.
So therefore, then we're going to do a continuation to the next meeting. I'm looking for a motion to continue until June 15th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
aye for myself. Old business, update on encroachment issues at these 5 addresses. I will tell you that I did listen to most of the last meeting, and I'm sorry I didn't fill Rich in before the meeting. But we have three houses, three of the houses, have complied with the encroachment order. The other two have been issued letters, subsequent letters by the town council. One of the other two, the initial notice, the certification process was a little defective. So they essentially got a first letter all over again to be sure, that they were legally, notified by certified mail. And the other house did have an appropriate, certified response and all that. And they got a second letter, which was a little more strongly worded, giving them 30 days to, move the stuff or respond otherwise. So that's the status of those 5 encroachments. I did speak with the town attorney last month and told him, we had other encroachments, and that once we cleared out all of these 5, we'd move on, to some more, and we would take an incremental approach, with all of the encroachments around town. Are there any questions or comments about the encroachment issues?
And Mr. Chairman?
Jack?
Yes, sir. Hey, with regard to the other properties that have been identified, have we sent any letters at all just saying, hey, folks, you might want to think about this,
Well, we have not done that, Jack. Town attorney, town council was very concerned about that approach. He wanted to take an incremental approach. He said he'd more willing to spend out another batch of 5 as soon as we're done with this batch of 5, but he doesn't want to take on the whole world at once, and have to worry about a lot of litigation all at the same time.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You betcha. Update on maintenance work at Hollis Road residents. Mike and I spoke about this earlier today, and I would just say that we need to take, first of all, I had a very productive conversation with Julie Bellevue, the assistant town manager who's in charge of procurement. And she said it would be acceptable for us to take and break the work that needs to be done at Hollis Road into window replacement, and insulation and whatever else needs to be done out there, break it down, and put it out to spec, that way. And we've been waiting for a new director of the DPW to be appointed and actually come to the job and keep it. That has happened now, and we've given him time, to like find his desk and meet his secretary and stuff. And so I think it's time we went over and asked him, can he help us, identify a contractor that we can pay, to develop a bid spec, for the windows, and develop a bid spec for the insulation work and whatever else needs to be done over there. Mike's been more on this than I have. He's got experience and background on this. So Mike, what do you have to add here?
Well, I just wanted to say that I do have an appointment set for Friday to speak with the person who lives at 123 Hollis Road, and hopefully I'll try to just get a sense of, these new developments with her, and if she has any concerns of her own, that she can certainly bring them up on Friday. And also I want to find out where the lawnmower is, and hopefully she'll tell me where that is. I'm sure it's in her garage undercover, and just get a take of the expectation going forward. So I'm kind of encouraged and look forward to having the new relationship, now that I'm just looking forward to seeing if we can be positive going on. going forward.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Enforcement actions. Nadia, can you take us through these enforcement actions?
Sure, the first one is 238 Fire Road 16, which I think many of the commissioners are familiar with. It does look like the McGurns are here, and they have given some more information, which should be in the Google Drive.
Okay, and let me look at my Google Drive. And I have that actually. And so
some of the new things they've submitted are the updated as-built, as well as the update, I think the replanting schedule.
okay. Well, let's see. The latest thing I have is there's a 5/19/22 PowerPoint for Fire Road 16. And there's a 6/1 MP4. And everything else is 4/16 or better. Oh, wait a minute, updated May 4th. No, those are earlier. Well, I wasn't at the last meeting. What are we doing with this application, with this enforcement issue tonight? Butch, are you looking? Butch, are you looking for it? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here tonight. Brandon's here as well. Brandon updated the plans based on the last meeting's request.
Butch, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
But if you want me, this is Brandon Ducharme with David E. Ross. What we did was based on feedback from the last meeting, is our office prepared some revised plans, both the as-built plan and the mitigation plan, to address some of the issues that were raised last week. I can quickly kind of go over those plans, that plan date.
Are you willing to share your screen, Brandon?
Sure, yeah.
Please do that.
All right, so this first plan here is the updated as-built plan, and what we were trying to achieve with this plan is two things. The first is the commission had asked us to go out and provide additional information on the remaining portion of the driveway, which this is now a 2-sheet plan set. And you can see on this second sheet, our crew went out, we located the existing erosion control barrier, as well as performed a topographic survey. We picked up some of the as-built features such as light poles, the electric transformer boxes, bollards, and any and all of that information that's been installed to date. You can see that on this plan here. By and large, the existing erosion control is primarily in line with what was staked out by our office. I mean, obviously, Butch had subcontracted that out to S&M Farms, and typically what they do is as they go along those staked out lines, they kind of meander around existing trees to kind of follow along that and install the erosion control barrier. There was discussion pertaining to the change in grades between Lake Shirley and the house here, where on the initial plans, the topography, the existing topography was higher than what it is to date. And one of the things that we wanted to do was to show some proposed grading in this area. Just going to zoom in a little bit here. So what I did was I overlaid onto the as-built plan some proposed grading to, in essence, restore what it would take to restore these grades to what was shown on the originally approved plan. And the other thing that was brought up was at the initial hearings that ended up with the issuance of the certificate, the order of conditions, the compensatory storage for the floodplain that was to be filled was not required. And one of the things that we wanted to look at here, which I've shown, is we provided compensatory flood storage for not only the additional filling that happened, but also for all the filling that would have been required had the commission wanted to have that flood storage compensated from the onset. And as we looked at that area, it's about 394 cubic feet of floodplain that was filled. The approved plan was compensating for none of that. What we've done is we've gone through and provided flood storage to compensate for that area filled. And obviously, looking at the site, the primary objective is to be able to compensate for that flood storage in a way that obviously would have the least amount of impact and kind of worked with the existing grades. We need to compensate for essentially between that 301.2 to 302 elevation. And as it turns out, with the grading that was done in this area here adjacent to the pond, in essence, the grading that was done there compensated for what was most of the flood storage that was filled. What I've done is I've added to that a little bit with this proposed grading to get the full compensation. The calculations are up here in the top left-hand corner. Based upon the grades that we're showing here, we are providing additional storage for 396 cubic feet, which is essentially exactly what was filled. In working with this and the existing elevation, everything for the house, what I did was I tried to recreate this high area, this berm, if you will, between the house and the pond or the lake. And obviously I wanted to keep the slopes at a 3-on-1, and we don't want to get too steep, just the fact that it is within the 30-foot area. So I came up at a 3-to-1 slope from the flood compensation to the top of the berm here, and then obviously did a 3-to-1 down to what would be the patio here behind the existing house. This pretty much replicates exactly what was on the plan. It's probably about a foot lower than what it was, but again, trying to provide that compensatory storage that initially wasn't proposed, as well as keeping that grading at a 3-to-1 slope. I think what it does is it at least gives the commission here an accurate picture of what would be required to get this back to more in line with what was on the approved plan. The other plan that we submitted was an updated mitigation plan. There was some discussion pertaining to the type of vegetation that we were providing, as well as some of the areas. Once we regraded the site, what I did was I tried to come in here and create a revised or updated planting schedule that kind of worked with what was there with the existing berm, as well as just to accommodate for this flood storage that's provided. Other comments was looking to get a little bit more diversity in the planting schedule in this area. If you remember the first plan, we had pretty much quite a bit of low bush blueberry. We've incorporated some proposed trees. The other thing that was discussed last week by one or a few of the members was to increase the size of those trees. So what we're proposing now is a 2-inch caliper 10 to 12-foot tree. We've added 3 more trees up here in adjacent to the northeast corner here. And then once we located the existing limit of work in some of these areas where the existing silt fence bumped out a little bit further than that was proposed. And talking with Butch, we went ahead and we've provided additional mitigation plantings in those areas as well. So you can see this is the as-built garage. We've provided some additional shrub plantings in here. Along this border, we took the opportunity to add some trees and some shrubs. And then, as I said, by and large, the silt fence as built was primarily what was proposed. There was a couple areas where it kicked out anywhere from 2 to as much as 6 feet here, but we've gone ahead and we've shown kind of extensive plantings all within that area to accommodate, anywhere we went outside of that that existing limit of work to revegetate that area. So quickly, I think that kind of just summarizes kind of what the concerns were from the last meeting and what we've done to address those concerns. And I guess at this point, we're just looking for some feedback on these updated plans from the commission.
Thank you. Comments or questions from commissioners? I see Jack Rabbit has his hand up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name in the very beginning. I'm the presenter.
Sorry, yeah, my name is Brandon Ducharme and I'm with
Okay.
David E. Ross. Yep.
Thank you, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, I'm wondering, are you familiar with the Massachusetts Erosion and Sedimentary Control Guidelines for urban and suburban areas? This is specifically a guide for planners, designers, and municipal officials. That's what we use. I'm wondering if you're familiar, or perhaps Arthur is as well. I have a question. Let me just get down my many comments here. Okay, with regard to the erosion control, there's an inspection and maintenance requirement that goes with that, right? An erosion sediment control plan indicates who is responsible for maintenance and when it is to be provided. They also say within that all inspections should be documented and written documented by a written report or log. And these reports should contain the date and time of the inspections, the dates, when land distribution activities began, and commentaries. Have you had a chance to look at that log?
Jack?
I don't know if you're addressing me, Jack.
That pertains to a different set of circumstances. That pertains to a larger scale project, whereas it would be an acre of disturbance. This is less than an acre of disturbance. The SWIP report is not necessary in this application.
I didn't see that differentiation, but I'll go back and check there, Arthur.
I'm very familiar with the SWIP reports. We do them all the time.
Okay, well, that's good. Then we can come back and I'll go look for it. And you can perhaps, so you're saying there's no log kept at all? No inspection logs or anything?
I'll let Brandon answer. I've asked Brandon to do all the speaking tonight.
Yeah, because I do recall that your erosion controls were in pretty tough shape. In fact, I have pictures to support that. So that would be part number one. And basically, with regard to the flood storage, that right now, you're only really making a proposal, right? You're not suggesting that we accept that suggestion that we carve out the front towards the lake to create this storage area? Is that what you're suggesting?
Sure. I guess just let me back up to answer. There's been a few questions that were asked. What you were referring to is, the best of my knowledge, I think, is kind of what Butch was saying, is under the NIPD's, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, what's required by the contractor on site is to conduct daily, weekly inspections in which reports are drawn. On a project as this, which is under an acre disturbance, I mean, really what dictates that are two things. Number one, it would be the order of conditions, and number two is the general guidance that's shown on the plan, where, a typical detail or the notes on the erosion control plan basically just calls for the contractor to maintain the integrity of the erosion control. Typically, they call for, some additional erosion control to be left on site in the event that you lose a section of the control that, obviously there's no issue of having to purchase and bring in, you have something on site which you can replace that as needed. But in general, it's a matter of keeping up with the any erosion that piles up against the side of that erosion control barrier to make sure that 2/3 of that barrier is maintained in the event of a storm.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. So where this erosion control extends over a extensive portion of this whole project. And so therefore the project is over 1 acre, right? You're putting erosion controls all the way back and forth. So if we were to look at it as an entire development site, you're over 1 acre. Would that be correct?
So this site is just under an acre.
No, the
so
whole
that's-
site, the road included, everything.
Yeah, correct. Looking from
Right,
the
so
original
therefore-
filing that was done.
Yeah, so therefore you've
did
got a
not-
site that's going.
Jack,
over-
can you let me answer the question?
Sure, thank you, I'm sorry.
Sorry, again, I'm just trying to answer the question. So at the time of permitting, the limit of work or the disturbance that was proposed was under an acre, and therefore did not require an additional filing, which would be done with the EPA for a stormwater pollution prevention plan. So, a SWIP as a stormwater pollution prevention plan was not filed for this project on account of that it was under that area. And therefore, obviously, those requirements that you're referring to were not part of this project while it was under construction.
So they were never submitted? I mean, you've got a really long driveway with a lot of erosion control on both sides and a lot of.
It is, and they weren't submitted because they weren't required.
They weren't required.
Correct.
I'll have to check that. Okay, I
So
will.
typically, anything like a subdivision, something of that nature, obviously is going to go beyond and get to that point where you would file a stormwater pollution prevention plan. And typically that would get wrapped into the order of conditions.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
I've got to go back and read that a little bit more.
The other part of your question was pertaining to the flood compensation. And yes, what the commission has asked us to do as engineer is to say, okay, the initial order of conditions did not require that compensatory storage be provided for the floodplain filled. And again, I think the reason why you did it, which is what makes sense on a project like this, where it's actually on a lake, if you were to look at that, that amount, I think it was whatever it was, 300 cubic yards of fill. If you look at that over the size of the water body, that the amount of floodplain that was filled would probably constitute to very, very minimal, let's just say. It's less than an inch of storage over the entire water body. So when you look at, what that effect would be, most likely, and again, I wasn't involved with the project at this time, as the commission looked at that and said, well, disturbing additional land area, removal of trees to provide excavation to compensate this flood, it was seen as not in the best interest of the overall project. However, now that we're where we are today and we're looking at, okay, well, let's look at a plan that does provide for compensation for that area that was filled. That was what we were tasked with doing, and that's what we've provided. And I've kind of pointed out quickly, and just to kind of recap, is we know that some additional area was excavated along here. And as I looked at those elevations, it's particularly at the 302 contour, there was some flood compensation that was accounted for during that work. And what I did was I took an opportunity, is we've got an area here where it's already within an area of disturbance. It's in that same flood stage between that 301, 301.2 and the 302 elevation, it lends itself to allow us to compensate for that flood storage based upon what the site conditions are now. And that is, to answer your question, that is what is being proposed at the direction of the commission.
So basically, we could go replant that entire area.
We're going to replant that, but also based on the grades that we're showing here, we now, if this were to be accepted by the commission, we now attenuate and provide compensatory storage for the floodplain that was filled for the project.
Anything else, Jack?
Just when it goes to more of an open session, Mr. Chairman, I do have a presentation that would emphasize some of these points that I'm attempting to make. And so when we're done with this section, I would just ask for time to share mine, since we've seen videos and we will be seeing videos and such from the other side. So I'm all set for right now, Bob, but thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Brandon, you said you were tasked by the, I wasn't totally familiar with what happened at the last meeting. You were tasked by the commission to provide compensation. Is that something that the commission asked you? Flood compensation, that's something that the commission asked you to do, and that's why you did this?
Correct. I mean, that was the general feedback, and you know, it was put out to you know, the commission as a whole, and people weighed in on it. There was a few things that were discussed. One of the things that was brought up was there was just north of this site, there was an existing concrete retaining wall that kind of acts as shoring along the lake. And we talked about potentially removing that structure to provide mitigation in lieu of both the berm and the compensatory flood storage. And basically the feeling that I took, and that I think was presented at that hearing, was that that wasn't something the commission wanted to pursue at this time. And what they wanted to see would be, you know, what would it look like to regrade that area between the house and the lake to kind of restore that, as well as providing the storage for not only the floodplain that was filled in the violation, but also providing compensatory storage for the entirety of the project that was not required at the original time of approval.
I mean, because providing compensatory storage at that area is awfully darn convenient. And so, you know, but if you are asked to do it by the commission, then I guess I have no trouble with it, but it just strikes me as that it's a very convenient place to lower stuff and not to have to put in vegetation because it's a compensatory storage.
Yeah, and I guess let me back up a little bit. When we were asked to provide compensatory storage, they didn't say, hey, let's put the compensatory storage here. It was just look at the site and let's you know, see a plan that provides that compensatory storage. As I looked at this, and again, this is just as an engineering firm, and again, we've got involved in this enforcement action kind of, you know, after the fact. And as I look at the site, you know, as you look at what this 302 contour is, and we look at, okay, now we've got to provide compensatory storage. So in essence, we're going to have to excavate and provide an area that's equivalent to the amount of area filled. There's only so many places that we can actually do that. And I can outline them with you. And this is kind of what, as I left that meeting and went to do this, is there's an area up here to the right of the driveway, which is already fairly steep. So if we were to excavate this area, we would have to employ something like a retaining wall. And again, I just know, you know, from Neil going through this, and I wasn't involved, but I think at one point maybe we had a retaining wall here and the commission wanted a natural slope.
Brandon,
So I said,
I'm just surprised to hear that the other commissioners asked you to provide compensatory storage for the whole reasons that we didn't ask for it to begin with, because, it results in further disturbance. So,
I agree, and let's just be forward. I mean, if the commission doesn't want the storage, then, we're certainly happy with not providing it.
all right, thank you. I'm going to call him Richard Bursch. Rich, are you there?
Sorry about that. Just to add a little context, Mr. Chair, initially, the majority did not ask for the compensatory flood storage to have a neutral floodplain filling on this site.
Yeah.
Because there was no good non-disturbed area to put it. Now the applicant has gone through and disturbed that entire area. So I kind of felt and recommended it to the commission that this would be a good time to make this site net neutral as far as the flood filling. As Brandon said, they've already brought the grade down substantially in that area, so it really doesn't involve any more disturbance or grading than what has already been done on the site.
Yep.
So that's why I felt that we should move forward with that in that area. One of the things we did ask was to bring the grade back to the ultimate height that it was supposed to be, and it does seem like it's a few feet short. So I would recommend that they did work on that. The other area that Brandon was talking about, that Jeff had brought forth, as you go north on the peninsula, there is a concrete wall at the water's edge.
Yep.
And honestly, given the gravel soils and the steepness in that area, it's much better as it sits today and let nature just kind of take its course than to try to take all of that concrete out and then restabilize the banking and try to get vegetation to grow on it. I myself didn't think that that was a very feasible plan, and thought that just getting the grade back and getting the floodplain restored would be far better than trying to pull that concrete out. But the grade still, in my estimation, is not what was approved. So I would like to see that worked on a little bit more to get the grade back, at least to the ultimate height that it was supposed to be. And the only other thing as to the tree placement and the amount of trees, when you look at the vegetated overheads satellite view, you cannot see the ground on this peninsula. So I do think that there are a few trees that still need to be added so that the canopies will cover. Obviously, you're always going to see the house moving forward in the driveway, but the water's edge, the 30 and the 50 should be vegetated as such as the canopies will grow and completely cover the ground.
Thank you so much, Rich. If you asked for that, then I have no trouble with it. And thank you very much.
Yep.
If I could just add to that a little bit, the comment here is, again, we're probably about a foot lower than what was existing here. What I've done is I've worked up a plan that basically maximizes what we can do based upon the conditions that were being asked. And what I mean by that is, if we are going to have this compensatory flood storage here in this area, I mean, I really wouldn't recommend that we go steeper than a 3 to 1 here. The only way to get this ridge higher by a foot, and again, we're talking a foot, would be to go steeper than a 3 to 1 slope. The other thing, and again, I'm not trying to steer the commission one way or the other. I just want to, provide the facts of what this is and how we've derived it and how we've come up with it. As you look at the site now, in terms of drainage and steepness of slope, is right now it's pretty gradual through here, and what it allows is the site to drain evenly, sheet flow across this entire area, and obviously ultimately end up down in the wetland area. By re-adding this berm here, in essence, what we're doing is now we're channelizing all this flow, and we actually have more of a point source discharge which is going to direct all of that water to this point, which again, may be the preferable way for the commission to do it. I just want to point that out. But the only way that, to say go back and rework it, the only way that we could rework this area to get an additional foot would be to go steeper than a 3-to-1 grade, or would be to lose some of this flood storage that we're providing in order to meet that requirement.
Speaking for myself, I just assume lose the flood storage, but I'm just one member. Other comments or questions from commissioners?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So what's the grade gonna be if you bring the grades back up to what was approved, Brandon?
So if it's a 3-to-1 slope. So if we need a foot, obviously we gotta kick 3 feet more over in this direction here, bring that 302 3 feet over, and then obviously we can achieve that additional foot, which is going to lose.
No, what if you brought the grade up to what it was supposed to be? What does that give you for a slope? Leaving the flood storage.
Oh, if you left it, it's going to be slightly. Let's just say instead of 1 and 3, you're going to be 1 and, I don't know, 2.75.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a minimal change in grade to get the berm back to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typically when
All
you
right.
look at a 3-to-1 slope, that's, in terms of Mass Highway, that's pretty much the maximum slope to have like a, something that's mowable, that sort of thing. Not that this is going to be mowed, but,
Yeah, we're not mowing
the steeper,
this.
the steeper
This is
you
just
go, obviously,
Yep.
the bigger the risk of erosion,
Yep.
and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I myself, Mr. Chair, don't have a problem with slightly less than 3-to-1. The engineer stated it may be 2.5-to-1. So I myself don't think that that's a insurmountable grade that can't be landscaped to prevent erosion. Am I still on, Mr. Chair?
You bet.
Okay. Again, that's just my opinion, but I think that they can easily return the grades to what was approved.
I would second that. Are there
And-
any other
and-
comments or questions from commissioners?
And I do approve of, other than there does need to be more trees in this peninsula end here. The rest of the remediation along the driveway, though, there is a chunk of driveway missing in the plan for some reason. Brandon, I think you've missed about 50 feet. Because we have the full entire pond on that sheet. Go back up. Yep, so I think we're missing a little bit here.
Whereabouts on this sheet, you're missing something?
On the second sheet, you have a match line, and on the first sheet, the match line doesn't seem to be on it.
Yeah. So, and again, just trying to keep the scale what it is. It should correspond. So you can see this right here is the symbol for that benchmark. That's right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it does get a little confusing looking at all the spaghetti and all the different shades you've got on here.
I know.
You
Yeah.
certainly haven't made it very easy for volunteers to try to figure this out. So, but as far as the other remediation along the driveway, I was happy with that. Though I would be interested to see if there were, given the outside of the permitted limit of work, if any trees were cut down. But I'll leave that for Jack to argue. It's his $100,000.
And I'm arguing it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. Brandon, I'm looking at the standard and page 54 of best management practices. And the best management practice selection on any construction site. The objective in erosion control, sediment control is to prevent off-site sedimentation damage. There's 4 different methods. But anyway, I'm trying to respond to that 2-acre minimum. And I don't see where it says 2-acre minimum. In fact, controlling erosion should be the first line of defense. Controlling erosion is very effective for small disturbed areas such as single lots or small areas of development that do not drain to a sediment trapping facility. Where soil properties and topography of site make the design of sedimentation trapping facilities impractical, runoff and soil stabilization should be used. Sediment okay, and basically it's not telling me that where you're doing a lot of grading here, that we shouldn't be employing, you know, some sort of a best management practice with regard to sedimentation plans.
I guess the only answer I have to that is, I mean, we are providing best management practices. I mean,
right.
So that's a guideline similar to what's the stormwater management policy and their BMP's best management practices. Is it's a document that provides, and again, you're absolutely correct. You know, whether it's a single lot or a large lot, these are best management practices to prevent erosion from leaving the construction activities and compromising wetland resource areas.
Right.
Specifically, the 1 acre, it's not 2, it's the 1 acre number is in terms of what is typically requires a SWIP or a stormwater pollution prevention plan, which again, we're only deriving, you mentioned the need or the requirement of these inspections and reports. That's the threshold for that. And again, it's guidance. So certainly, and as a commission, you know, you go through these issues, you have a situation like this, you know, when in a project, you can use that guidance and say, hey, this isn't an acre of disturbance, but we feel as though it's significant enough that in our order of conditions, you know, we want to make a condition that we employ this this guidance from that document, and we're going to require daily inspections or weekly inspections or, you know, whatever it is. You know, that's certainly within the purview, and I'm not telling you that can't happen or it doesn't happen. You know, in terms of, you know, has that been done to date? The only thing that we're answering the question is no, it hasn't, because of 2 reasons. Number one, it's from what I know, and again, I haven't combed through the order of conditions for this, but I don't believe that it's in the order of conditions, and typically that wouldn't be required on this site with based on the fact that it's under an acre of disturbance.
Well, it is, and it also includes the concept of significantly changing the topography of the property and in that particular area. So why wouldn't we have had one of those plans, and why wouldn't we be following the mandates? I'm second.
Jack?
Yeah.
What has this got to do with the enforcement issue?
Yeah, I want to know why those were not maintained.
And so we should be asking ourselves that, Jack. Why didn't it's like we didn't put it's not in your order of conditions. You're trying to hold.
They would have a management plan.
Wasn't in the order of conditions.
If the guidance, if we are receiving guidance, right, from the state, and it's a guidance from municipal officials, and if they're designating that we're going to have a lot of grading, there should be a management plan, right? And so because we didn't include every little dot, they did go ahead and put up erosion control barriers because that was part of our requirement. With that comes the issue of maintenance. Now, by the way, Arthur, I did do some extensive research with regard to does the erosion controls designate the level of work. There's nothing in here that says anything about that. Nothing that I could find. I did all sorts of Google searches. I've gone through the manuals. There is nothing that says that the erosion controls are the designator of where the work was. However, we do use that sometimes to say, you realize you can't put your equipment beyond that. And that's the scope of the work as far as you can go. So anyway, there is nothing in there that states that that's the boundary of work. Nothing, zero. So I'm very glad that I don't bet. And perhaps somebody else should be happy they don't bet.
So again, I guess what I point out is that it's a great document to provide insight to, what best management practices there are out there. And then as a commission, you guys can figure out, which ones you want to apply to specific sites based upon the conditions. For instance, and this is a great way of pointing it up, is, the steepness of proposed slopes. And that's why, I tried to lay this out with a 3-to-1 slope, and that's the conversation we're having right now. So, once we go beyond that, that's, in some ways beyond best management practices. And, if we're going to do that, let's just say we're going to go steeper than a 3-to-1 slope. Then we probably want to look at, okay, what's another best management practice to help mitigate the potential for any, further risk of impact to the resource area. Typically, you'd say, okay, I want to employ the best management practice to jute netting or, some type of stabilization, hydroseed. That's usually where the discussion comes in when we use those principles in that guidance document.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. As I read it, I say, okay, clearly I've got enough area that I'm changing the topography on, and it needs controls. And it says that in the standard that we use, in its guidance, but it also becomes a standard, all inspections should be documented by a written report or log. So now we've confirmed that we have no log and we've nothing documented. And the report should contain the date and time of inspection dates, when land distribution activities began, when do you start changing the slopes, comments concerning compliance or non-compliance, and notes on verbal communications.
Jack, how much of this you got to read to us?
No, what I'm saying is that none of that activity occurred, and it should have. And I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman, because I'm going to talk about my road next when we get there.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Then I would suggest that we ask Brandon to come back at the next meeting and modify the plan to meet the concerns expressed about the height of the berm and the need for additional trees. And hopefully we can put this to bed at our next meeting.
Just so I can recap, Bob, because, and again, just to prevent, just keep coming back.
Yep.
So specifically, what we're looking at is adding additional trees. And I think what we're talking about is in the area of the berm here. Correct? Everywhere else, because there's several areas that we're revegetating. I think what we're saying is we're satisfied in these other areas, but you'd like to see more trees in this specific area here, number one. And number two, what we're going to do is we're going to bring up the elevation of this berm, and then to do that, we're going to go steeper than a 3-to-1 slope, and we're going to keep the compensatory storage for flood.
That was my sense, but I'd be happy to hear from anybody that has a different sense of what was discussed tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see a lot more than what has just been shared.
And so what would you like to see, Jack Rabbit?
I would love to see you put up my PowerPoint, and I'll specifically point out where there needs to be more trees.
Jack, would you like to share? How long is your PowerPoint, Jack?
It'll be 10 minutes. And Bob, if you could put it up, you guys have it. I don't have it on my machine. I think you're aware of my little tragedy with regard to my drive.
I do not
Personal attack.
have access to the Google Drive tonight.
Nadia.
Hold on, let me see if I have it.
Okay, yeah, it's the first one with a picture of looking at the, there's actual pictures in the first piece. It's the first PowerPoint slide to you when you go into the Google Drive on the left-hand side.
I'm gonna write the selectman about this guy.
Jack, these other areas where you think there needs to be more trees, they're all within the 30-foot no disturb zone, correct?
No, they're all within the 100-foot. And as I'll
Jack,
show-
our regulations call for
It
30.
doesn't make any difference, Bob. With regard to the sensitivity of the esker, and I've got demonstration materials that goes along with that, we have jurisdiction out to 100 feet with regard to areas like that. Even though our
So to
regulation,
be clear, you're going to be asking them, you're going to be
No, I'm-
advocating tonight that they plant more trees in areas that.
no, I'm asking them to basically go back to the original plan that was approved by us. There's no, I mean, the 24-foot wide drive area was not approved. 10 feet and 2 feet on either side. We've gone far too, way out of line. And the area.
Okay, Jack, thank you. Why
Oh,
don't-
no, I have more, Bob. I have a lot more. Go ahead, but if you can get that up, you can pull that up, Nadia.
This is pure harassment.
Excuse
I'm
me.
filing a harassment order against you, Jack.
I'm an employee of the town, so.
Yep. a harassment order
Okay,
against you.
so I am simply going to share with you the pictures that we had taken before and after. There's no commentary per se with regard to, aside from the fact that we want that area back. Okay, so here we go. So Nadia, can you make this a little smaller so we can see the whole picture, the whole thing? Okay, so we are starting off with a comparison of what has changed versus what we had shared and approved. If you go back to April 17th, 2021, that's the road that was going into the drive. And we had an agreement, and I'll share the date on the agreement. Essentially, that road would be considerably smaller than it is right now. Nadia, next slide, please. Okay, as has been shared, this is a vegetated esker, fairly sensitive. All it is gravel. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, with regard to regulated areas, this is qualified as a high yield aquifer. Very, very sensitive. It doesn't take compaction. In fact, if you were to go and look at what heavy equipment does, and I'll share some data with you on that, what heavy equipment does to that particular area, it significantly reduces the ability for that water to move through that soil. Next one, please. Okay, with regard to the rare habitats and assuring that this is classified as a priority habitat. I don't know if we've received approval from that group with Nest. We don't have Matt here to tell us, but we're waiting for approval from these folks. Next slide, please. It is a sensitive area. Go ahead, next slide, Nadia. Okay, again, we've got a significant floodplain that we're dealing with and the sensitivity associated with a floodplain. Keep going, next one. Okay, so here's the original approved with a no disturbance zone and nothing within the 30 feet. So go ahead. Next slide, please. When we talk about trees, what was presented by the architect, I think it's Bill, was essentially we got a tree, it's got a 2-inch width at 4 feet. And those are when we talk about trees, that's what we're talking about. Okay, the same thing with a silt fence and the protection that would go along with it. We talked about that. I'll show you pictures. There's an issue of a driveway, and the driveway specifically called for 10 feet and 2 feet of gravel on each side. So that's what we thought we were dealing with. And that was the promise. There was a question of, do we make it tar or do we make it gravel? After a little more research, we said, let's just tar it, because then what's going to happen is we're going to continue to compress the areas. And we said, nah, let it just be a driveway. So go ahead, next slide, please. Okay, so here we are at the start of it. This is what the road, that cart path looked like beforehand. And it would support a 10-foot wide driveway in some spots, maybe tight on the others, but it was going to be 10 foot was going to be okay. Go to the next slide. So this is what we ended up starting off with, a bit more than 10 feet. If you go down the road a little bit, quite a bit more, like 24, 26 feet. far more than we needed. If you were to go back to my principles in planning, my guide by the state, it says keep distributed areas small. Careful selection will help on this point in terms of protecting the water quality, protecting that esker. And that's what we attempted to do with this group. And we thought we had an agreement. So go ahead, next, please. Nadia, next slide. Again, more of the road. This is what we input with. Now, if I recall correctly, our chairman was told we would not take down any more trees for this driveway. And I had been quoted earlier saying this is going to cost us 1,000 trees for one house. And I'm going to stand by that. Next slide, please. Okay, again, a demonstration of what the cart path looked like and what it eventually ended up with, including utilities and things that were never mentioned on the original drawings. Next slide, please. Okay, again, we're seeing utility pieces, the road's considerably wider than the cart path, running down across the top of the esker. We've degraded the esker significantly more than what we even needed to. Next. Okay, this is the isolated wetland, and up in this particular area is the future garage. Next slide, please. And again, notice the 10 feet. Again, we missed on that one. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is the area where the garage went in, and I haven't seen the as-built yet. This was taken down. There's quite a bit of area cleared. I believe you've got some sort of septic system, and you've got another well. I don't believe they were both in that. Next slide, please. Oh, here's your propane tank. I don't believe that the propane tank was in there. Rich, can you help me on that? No, maybe not.
What was the question, Jack?
Was the propane tank identified on the garage as well as the house?
It was on their revised plan. It was not on the approved plan.
Okay, so we've got activities going on there that weren't in the approved. Next slide, please. Again, here we go. The erosion controls failing, affecting a wetland area. Next slide, please. More erosion controls not being maintained according to at least our guidelines in terms of specifics, nor were there any records kept. Next slide, please. Okay, this is going down from the garage back towards the house, looking back up at the garage. Quite a bit of a difference. The riprap wasn't there. Those trees were there. And this is all within 100 feet or closer. Next slide, please. Okay, another indication of what we have. And again, where Carl is standing is about where that bridge is, the culvert. Okay, go ahead, next one. Okay, 10 feet, next one. I'm trying to stay on the time. Again, erosion controls, there was some leakage there. Go ahead. Next one, please. Next one. Okay, that's looking across. Here's our bridge. Here are all the trees that were there before are not there now. Continue on. That bridge is, what is it, 24 feet? Is that what that is? Rich, do you remember?
I think that was 23 feet
23?
on the revised plan. I believe it was supposed to be 20 feet and it was 23 feet or 25 feet on the
Right.
plan. I don't know.
Right,
It was bigger than what was approved.
that's correct. And there's no real explanation. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here's this entire area was filled in with riprap, not part of the drawings. And of course, it's adjacent to a wetland. In fact, that's your flood control area. Next slide, please. Again, now we've got material that was not in the plan. The riprap wasn't planned there. You'll also notice that this whole area is all cleared. Next slide, please. In fact, we got our gallant leader here doing some measurements. So next slide, please. Okay, if you look down, this whole area has been cleared. All part of that floodplain area was removed. Trees were removed. Next slide, please. Okay, we don't need to see Rich again. One more slide, please. Okay, again, we're down to the piece. And if we look at the intrusion into the wetland buffer in the 30 piece, if we could go next one. Okay, so this is what we ended up with. riprap wouldn't belong. Our floodplain is totally cleared out, and all the vegetation 30 feet, 50 feet is all cleared out. If you go to the next slide. Okay, is that the right direction? Okay, yeah, go to the next slide. Okay, this is the vegetation that's sitting on the other side of the stormwater. Oh my God, I'm losing it. Essentially, on the other side, all that material was removed, all those trees. So the floodplain had this material. The other side of that floodplain, as I said, has had it all removed. Go ahead, next slide, please.
He thinks the cart path.
What's your point in this slide, Jack?
The point is that we've taken down a lot of vegetation. In fact, we took it all the way down to the water line, and we in fact put material in the water. Keep
Are you
going. By
saying
the way,
that all the trees in that last side are now gone?
on the other side, and those trees are still there. The trees on the other side are all gone. Next slide, please, and I'm going to ask you to hit it again. Okay, so this is kind of typical of some of the vegetation right at the edge. And this is the area that was undisturbed. Hit it again, please. Another slide. And this is pretty much what we had going before the lawn chairs went in and all the other pieces of that erosion, the erosion control. That's what you had there. Next slide, please. Okay, that continues on. And if you'll notice that it's not consistent with the rest of the embankment, there's a lot of sedimentation that has moved out and into that particular area. And hence you look the breaks of this particular area. And you notice all the vegetation is gone. Next slide, please. Okay, if you'll notice, go back one, please. I'm sorry. Go back one, Nadia. There's one set of trees that is the three branches sitting up right when it worked its way around the erosion control, and they left that one tree. Go ahead, next slide. And unfortunately, that tree was damaged pretty hard by the equipment. So I don't know how viable that is. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to talk about that slope and such. Next slide. Okay, so here we go. This is all the no touch, none of the 50. And this is what was originally told to us. The trees that were marked were the trees that were coming down, which turns out to be something that was hopeful, nor was it consistent with the number that they provided us, as well as they've now, they had provided a definition of the 2-inch at 4 feet. Well, there are a lot of other trees in there that weren't part of that count. Next, please. Okay, again, it's been cleared out. All that's been cleared. And if you go up and look at the side, that whole area has been, the contours have been changed. And you go a little further out, and that's the typical vegetation you get. That's something earlier. This is about where we are thinking that is roughly what it looked like before with the trees. Okay, next slide, please. Again, they've pushed it back. If you notice the sticks, there's a set of sticks, and then there's the erosion control. The set of sticks, I believe, is the 30-foot line. Rich, was it the 30 or the 50?
I believe the original erosion protection, I believe, was supposed to be at the 30-foot, and this is about at the 10-foot.
Yeah, so those sticks were the 30-foot.
And
And
just the stakes are where the erosion protection was supposed to be, running in along by that loader.
right,
And that was
And
the
which-
30-foot no disturbance.
which they weren't. No explanation. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. More again, no vegetation. It's all been removed and replaced with riprap. Go ahead. Next slide. Same thing. The contour is different. Next slide. And again, quite a bit. And next slide, please. If you notice, the Rich's height is indicating the height, and it's an estimate of where that berm was, the height of the berm. So there's quite a bit of material that was removed, and some of it was pushed forward, and we don't know where the rest of it went. Go ahead, next slide, please. Here's our control, and I believe that it should have been a little closer, but we'll see. Next slide, please. Now, the interesting thing about it is no work was going to happen beyond our erosion controls, but you can clearly see that trees were being taken down outside of that boundary, you know, or wherever it is, clearly inside the space. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and Rich is holding the 30-foot mark. Is that about 30 feet, Rich? It's on the little sign there, 30 feet. So we're saying, okay, something happened here. We don't understand it. We're going to go see the as-built, and then we're going to go measure it again. And next slide, please. And again, other trees taken down outside of the barrier. Next slide, please. Again, some more. And another slide, please. We also noted that the grader had been down the slope, and it actually chewed up a bit of the terrain on the side. Next slide, please. Okay, more trees taken either inside or outside, but we're not really sure what the barrier is. Next slide, please. Okay, keep going. I'll be running out of time. Go ahead, next. Okay, and this is just where we believe the driveway is going, but we didn't have any markers there. Would that be correct, Rich?
Sorry, Jack, what's the question?
This is where we thought that the drive would come in, and we also thought there would be a wall in here as well, about where that truck is.
Yeah, where my foot is where the edge of the drive was supposed to be, and then sloped down to the isolated wetland.
Yeah, so that would be the edge, and the rest of the driveway would be at the edge of the house, right? Going to the edge of the house, the 10-foot. So yeah, so all of that wasn't supposed to happen and wasn't supposed to get
Finished
graded.
yet. You didn't give me a chance to finish the grading, Jack. I'm not done yet. You shut me down.
Well, okay, I'm just doing a snapshot in time. I'm glad to come down again.
Jack, can you please finish your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, next slide, please. Again, this riprap, from what I understand, had been removed. The question is, was there any geotech material placed under this riprap?
No.
No, and usually that's best practices to put geotech underneath it. And so I just wanted to point out to the other members, according to the law, any person who purchases, inherits, or otherwise acquires real estate upon which work has been done in violation of the provisions of this section, or in violation of any order issued under this section, shall forthwith comply with any such order or restore such real estate to its condition prior to any such violation. So we as a committee can come back and make a decision. Do we want to just have them comply with our requirement, or are we going to go so far as to say, put it all back? And so anyway, that's the way the law reads. We are well within our rights to request that this particular party, you know, live up to what they agreed to. And for that matter, back to my road again, I would like to see trees put on each side of those, depending on the type. You know, you've got certain areas that'll accommodate one tree better than the other, but I would like to see that entire road treed out to no more than what they had agreed to with regard to the width of the tree, 10 feet and 2 foot on each side. After that, put some vegetation in there. And so again, all we're trying to do is meet the criteria that was outlined for us. You know, the soil compaction, realizing that the heavy equipment running across this esker is going to reduce the water permeability to 1/20th of what is the original date. Now that's a cute little cartoon in the standard. All I know is we've sustained some damage. We want the trees back. We want it revegetated to the maximum possible. And that's what I would vote for. I'm not going to ask for somebody to take the bridge down. That was dumb. But you know what? I'm not going to ask for that, but I'm going to ask you to ask these petitioners to fix everything else according to the chapter 131, section 40. Thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jack. So, Jack, you said
sir.
you had additional asks. Can you please
Yes.
summarize for
Right.
us now what your additional asks are?
My additional ask are to place, put trees in along that entire length of that driveway, right? Cut down the area of the driveway that no more than 10 feet paved, 2 feet riprap or something on either side, and that's it. And restore everything we possibly can on that piece of property, including the floodplain. Put it all back, make it consistent with the environment, the trees that were in that area. You
So
know,
Jack, they presented us with a remediation plan.
that wasn't sufficient. That stopped.
And so I'm asking you to tell us what about the remediation plan needs to be changed?
Okay, okay, again, I want trees all along the driveway.
Trees along the driveway.
Trees along the driveway. I want trees back in the floodplain. And I want the entire 0 to 30 feet vegetated in the same fashion that that is consistent with the other parts of the lake, the other sides of that. Right. And then for that matter, to restore for the bermed area to have full trees as there were before. Trees meaning 14 feet, 2 inches wide, planted along that entire berm area. I don't recall seeing any blueberry bushes, low blueberry bushes. I want the regular habitat that was there before.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any comments or additional asks of the applicant here from the commission? Butch,
Well, I have two comments to that.
Butch, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Jack? Bob?
No, you sound like you're like 3 feet away from the microphone.
I'm actually on the microphone. How about now?
That's a little better.
Okay. I'd like to respond to two statements of that whole thing.
Yes, sir.
The existing
Jack, he's
cart
talking
path
to
that-
me.
Yeah, the existing cart path that went out to the lake. Jack is indicating that there were trees removed there. That is untrue. Because everybody knows that it was an existing cart path to the lake. That is the other area of the floodplain. So that is an unfalse statement. The road itself, the driveway, the beginning of the driveway is outside of your jurisdiction for the first 20 feet of that. So regardless of what you're gonna have me do there, Jack, it's out of your jurisdiction. So that's poo-poo that idea. The rest of the trees along the driveway, we have an erosion control measures that have limit of work. So whatever that's within inside of those erosion control measures, I was entitled to do what I want to do as far as the grading plan. You look at the grading plan, it does indicate that it had to be regraded. That is in fact what has been done. So ask me for more trees than I actually just proposed on that replanting area that I was outside of that, those limited work. It's unacceptable. And then lastly, there's a videotape, a 30-second snippet of a videotape that was done before this property was ever touched, before anybody owned it, and this whole thing even came in front of you. I request that you guys look at that. Nadia has that in her possession. Jeff has it in his possession, and so doesn't Rich Birch. That'll show you exactly what that cart path was and the amount of trees Jack's talking about at the lakeside. That was done before anything was touched on this property. You can even see the existing concrete walkways and pads going up to the existing house site. You take a look through that, and they will show you how many trees are there, Jack. I will put that back to whatever it shows in that video.
And lastly, Jack, you're back to this 2-inch tree thing. A lot of these trees, the little trees that came down were tiny.
Please address all your comments to the chair.
As far as the trees that were supposed to be cut down were cut down in order so we could fit our home here.
Yeah.
And the little scrub brush, they went with it. It's just all part of the construction process. So,
Anything else, Butch and Joanne?
No, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Rich.
if I could share my screen for a second, I just had a question for Butch on that video that he shipped.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, can we see the video here, Butch?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. This clearing here, this is the existing cart path.
Correct.
Okay. As the camera pans, I mean, we do have quite a bit of understory. What is, this is the beginning of this paved walkway?
Yes,
All right. So we have this big tree butt here that's on the left side of the beginning of the walkway.
correct. That came down for the, out of the original proposed approved plan.
Okay. And as we come up here, we kind of bypassed. So there's, you can see a bit of a good sized tree butt considering the amount of lichen that's on it. As we start up the walkway.
Yeah, that would have been inside the 30, outside the 30, sorry.
Okay, so it looks like we're, what's that, maybe 6 feet up the walkway?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Let me just get back here. And are we sharing? All right, so this is the walkway here. The paved walkway.
Yep.
So we're showing that big pine tree was right about here, which was about 15 feet from the edge of the water, was clearly inside the 30-foot no-touch zone. And that second tree coming up the walkway was right in this area here, right on the 30-foot. So I just wanted to verify those two trees were in these two positions right here.
Probably about accurate there.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to confirm that from the video. And then what we were looking at was this little opening here.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard. I'm gonna do a straw poll. Rich, what changes would you like to have see in the remediation plan before the next meeting?
Enough trees along the planting area to mimic the canopy that was there previously to the house being built and the grading being done. Clearly inside, but in the 30-foot no disturbance zone. I mean, there were enough trees in there that you didn't see any of the concrete, you didn't see the walkways, you didn't see the cart path. And I would like to see the grade lines and the grade between the house and the lake returned back to what was approved.
Thank you, Richard. Katie, what would you like to see?
Rich covered it all. That's what I'd like to see.
Thank you. Mike LaRouche, what would you like to see?
Yeah, I echo Rich's desires here to bring things back the way they were as he described.
Thank you. Jack, what would you like to see?
Well, all of the above, and of course, my trees along that driveway.
Thank you. And I also support Rich Birch's requests and asks. So Brandon, my guidance to you is, take and, bring the berm up to the full height, add some additional trees and bring us back a remediation plan next time that shows that, and hopefully we can put this behind us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to call on Jack once again.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would like to, for the next session, bring in we have a lot more pictures, we have videos, and I would enjoy the opportunity to share with you the trees that had been removed that were not part of our plan or anticipated, as well as within the 100-foot boundary. They weren't, if you take a look at the drawings, and I will present the drawings, that essentially that wasn't noted. It was noted that we were going to have a driveway 10 by the 2 foot on each side. So if you
Oh.
want me to do that and send that in to you, I will be more than happy to pull out the hundreds.
This is all about the driveway, Jack?
Yep, I want my trees in the driveway. I want to protect the esker as much as I possibly can.
Thank you, Jack.
Is that a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
Jack, you think you're gonna change the other members' mind with this presentation?
Well, I think it'll get the members to think in terms of protecting the esker to the greatest degree possible. And for that matter, to restore some of the habitat that was removed because of the expansiveness of the driveway. It was unnecessary. And even though it may look aesthetically great, doesn't do anything for the esker. It doesn't do anything for the habitat. And I would like to make another argument to the members saying.
And how much time are you asking for in the next meeting to do this, Jack?
10 minutes.
A real 10 minutes or the 10 minutes you took tonight?
Well, I kept being interrupted. No, 10 minutes tonight. It's not going to take that long.
Okay. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
But I think it's disrespectful of the other members' time. I really do.
Well, let's ask the other members to see.
No, we're not going to do that. We're going to move on. To the next
come
enforcement
on.
Can we move on to the next? Any questions, Butch and Joanne and Brandon?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. Nadia, can we move on to our other enforcement issues?
Yes, we can. So, let's see. I'm so sorry. I don't have anything on 615 Townsend Street.
And we're not expecting you to, but if there's anything, any updates you have on any of these things.
Sure, I have an update on, I think 250 Sunset. They are planning to submit an RDA for the non-compliance at 408 Electric Avenue. They are also planning to submit an RDA. I had gotten a call this morning from Richard Birch about some additional sand that had been dumped there. And I did go out and take a look at it on site. I think there's some pictures in the folder. I also called the property owner and he said what they had done is had been a pipe, some sort of, I don't know, sewer septic pipe that his father had broken. So they had dumped some sand as part of fixing the pipe. And then let's see, 75 West Street, I believe they are, they have some questions, but they are also working on a remediation plan. And I just got a call from 509 Townsend Harbor Road. I'm planning a site visit there and they are also planning to do an RDA.
Thank you so much. I would just mention that on 23 Cove Road, they put up a structure in the 30-foot no disturbance zone.
Huh?
And I'd like you to go out and take a look at it. Because I talked with Matt about this probably a half dozen times and it never seemed to get any traction. So I just like you to go out and take a look at it and and report back to the commission on what you find and what you think.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Update on the trails grant. We got in so far about 120. Oh, Jack, I'm sorry. Do you have your hand up?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was still up there. Sorry.
Okay. Ryan and Marcia have their hand up. Ryan.
Yes, so we are not expecting to submit an RDA. We did have a response to your concerns.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, who are you and what?
This would be, it's actually misprint. It's actually 205 Sunset, the Beers lot, Beers and Coffee.
Okay. 205 Sunset. And well, then I suggest you discuss that with Nadia, give her a call or send her an email. And figure out where we're going from here.
Yeah, so we were actually in the meeting last week and
Yep.
we were asked to come prepared with some more information.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
And I apologize because I have not viewed that meeting all the way to the end.
Yeah, it was again rather late.
Yeah. And so, do you have additional information tonight for us?
I do.
I did get a text message earlier today from a member who's not present, Jeff Viviano, who said that he went out and he measured the platforms at 205 Sunset, and the top one's 11 by 8 and the bottom one is 15 by 8 and extends 5 feet over the shoreline. I would just throw that into the mix for the good of the order, because evidently he went out there and did some site work, made a site visit, made some measurements, and I would just share that with everyone at this time. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Absolutely, go right ahead.
All right, can you see it?
I can see it.
Excellent. So this is the work that we're talking about. As you can see, it is, I think, worked very well around the existing vegetation, and we left as much vegetation as we possibly could. So that was just kind of the opening. To address your very specific concerns, here is a picture of as built from the top down, and your concerns. So as I'll address them in order. So one is the post in the water and extending over the banking. So the steepness of the bank and the number of stairs needed, we actually needed fewer stairs. However, they did end up very close to the bank. And so if you go to the this picture here, you can see that the stairs are maybe a 1.5 feet from the banking. So if we did put a platform there, the post would have been right on the banking, which is very soft, and probably would have been highly impactful to the bank. Which is why they were put on the rocks during the drawdown, which seemed like a stable and less impactful decision, which is what I promised the commission to do, is to try and minimize the impact. Sorry, I went the wrong way. So the number of stairs is less than originally planned. And I think the design really prevents people from walking on the land and having a higher degree of impact to the banking. The end of the dock will attach, as spoke in the original, the end of the dock will attach to or rest on the lower landing. And I think this design makes it, again, less impactful to the banking. And minimize, disruption to the bank. The legs are on compacted rocks. They don't impede or obstruct water flow. And, it does provide some shade. We actually did have some people here last weekend with the nice weather, and we did see, some fish in the water taking advantage of it already. So that was really why the lower legs ended up in the water. And because really during the meeting, there wasn't any specificity on except that they were going to be on the ground and not driven into the ground with no footings, no concrete or anything else, which we adhered to, which was actually in the finding of facts. As far as the sizes, the lower one, unfortunately, was a misunderstanding between myself and the builder, in that he said it was originally, I think, 7. Bring this up. So originally it was 8 feet, and he said that he wanted to build it to the board length, and I did not realize that that was going to be 14. However, as far as impact goes, the area that it was extended, there was no vegetation there. There was actually a gap in the vegetation. So I don't think there was any additional impact from that addition. And then the other part of the addition was that because the landing was so close to the banking, in order to have an exit from the landing, it would have been right onto the bank. So it was extended, 3 feet to this side to give an exit to this area where there is no vegetation. So again, trying to minimize the impact to the banking. In perspective, the actual usable area at the bottom of the banking now is approximately what was originally approved. And I think the impact is very low. In previous meetings, it has been brought up that it would be a good idea to put railings up so that people couldn't walk on the ground. And on our own initiative, a big part of it was for that reason. We actually have railings all the way around. And in the openings at the top and the bottom, we are planning to have a locking gate to really minimize the impact to the banking, which is really what was driving us in these decisions. There is a tree that was originally tagged for possible removal. We didn't need to remove it, so we left it. So we actually got a tree back from the original proposal. Again, we're trying to minimize the impact to the vegetation. The large tree that was there, we built around. The upper deck was a little bit bigger in width because the posts, if you can see here on the left, if you go up the banking 2 feet, it's actually a steeper area and would probably have a more impact to the bank. So it was really, there was a level ground there with no vegetation where those posts are. So I think overall, we've done everything we could to minimize the impact to the bank, which is what we promised during the initial meeting. And I think that was really proven out during Memorial Week when we did have a number of people there and there just wasn't anybody walking on the ground. Everybody stayed on the deck. So I think that really proved out that this minimizes not only the short-term, but also the long-term impact to the bank. So I'm trying to go relatively quickly because I know it is late. So I would return it to the committee for questions.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. I wasn't there to vote for this particular design. And if we were to go back to the first, you look at the design here, it moves down to the first platform, then kitty corners a little bit, hangs to the right, then goes straight down. If you go to your first photo, you'll see that this is actually not taking the jog, but it's actually a straight line.
So you can see from this upper right, it is a jog. The jog is slightly different.
Yeah, if we go take a look at the other one, go to the next one, the one that has,
it
looks pretty straight to me. So anyway, if there's a slight jog, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, in the past, we've allowed folks to go down embankments that we would normally never allow anybody, but the intent was to allow them the use of the lake itself. And we've had them doing longer suspended between posts. And we've basically always shied away from allowing supplemental side decks unless there was a question of someone running out of breath and needing a safety piece. I think that this is certainly much larger than what we'd originally improved. And unfortunately, it would create a precedent that we would have a hard time defending in the future, especially where there's two of them next door to each other that are looking at as this is designed. So I think that at this point, I would move that we have to take off remove part of that upper 8-foot section. And for that matter, try and maintain that straight shot all the way through that you've got right now, all the way to the end and shorten up the deck to get it out of the water. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to address just one piece. So the upper platform was really for that jog around because the lot was so steep and we wanted to not impact that large tree that was right in the middle. The upper platform stabilized both the upper stairway and the stairs going down. And that was what was overwhelmingly approved during the initial meeting.
Thank you. But what I'm seeing on the screen right now is that the plan that was approved showed that the first landing was 10 feet wide and the actual landing is 15 feet wide. And the second landing was 8 feet wide and the actual landing is 14 feet wide. And the second landing did not extend out over the lake, and the actual landing does extend out over the lake and has feet in the lake. And my issue is similar to Jack Rabbit's in that, there's lots of little pieces of land along there that are owned by people elsewhere. And the people who own those lands, they look at what you have and they say, well, I want what they have. But the problem is what you have is not what we permitted.
Well, I think during that conversation, obviously this isn't a civil diagram, it's a sketch,
I
by a
understand.
builder, right? So I think during that sketch, even Mr. Bursch noticed that some of the numbers didn't add up exactly, and that this was going to be a very complex build. And so I think it was implied that there were going to be some changes. Right, so like, for example, our stairs, though, even though the upper deck is wider, the stairs are actually shorter. We left trees, we left vegetation that was originally part of the plan. Certainly, if you're looking for not setting a precedent, we could, potentially offer doing some compensatory measures. I did go and get some consultation with Lakeview around what we could do along the lines of adding vegetation to this. So, we could do something like a large number of, flocks under the deck, assuming if the larger deck, without any more posts, there is no additional contact with the ground. But if, the shade under the deck is a problem, we could add flocks under the deck, and we could add, bushes and trees, like in the order of, 3 bushes, 2 trees, 20 flocks, pretty much adds up to, $1,000. So we could offer as a compensatory measure that replanting and revegetation, because I think modifying what is existing there would actually have a large impact to the banking, in that the post would have to have a new spot in a different spot on the bank, which may, it may have a larger impact. So I think both the short and longer term reasonable, response would be to add vegetation. So that would be my response to that. And I understand your concern, but that would be my response.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from commissioners? Rich Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. I'm looking at the first set of stairs going down. I understand they're shorter. What was the rationale for taking the deck that was supposed to be 7 by 10 and making it 8.5 by 15? Why did the deck have to increase?
Right, so the 8.5, it's actually going around the tree. It's not 8.5 everywhere. It's really only on the peak. So if I showed you, let's see, I think in the upper right picture, I don't know, you can, but if you, unfortunately, it's not clear there.
I think you had a different picture of it from above.
Well, I was trying to show it from the side. Like, for example, this bank, this is the back of the upper deck. And so that steepness of that does continue. So you can see here, if you go back like 3 feet, there's potentially impact with the tree roots, and the bank there is actually steeper. which would provide a less stable and perhaps more impactful contact for the posts. As far as the width goes, again, it's with the lower in that he was trying to build with board length. So there was less cutting and less on-site work, which again would be less impactful, which is, you know, again, we were trying to do this with less impact to the bank, which is what both our bylaws and what I promised to the commission. And, you know, everything else was, I think, anything that was not specific. And for example, you know, it wasn't mentioned in our finding of facts in the letter that we got.
Well, if the deck is was supposed to be 7 by 10, and you moved it out because of where you wanted to put your support poles, why did it have to increase to 15? Why couldn't it have been 8 by 10?
Yeah, so the 15 was the board length aspect that I was mentioning, so that he wasn't doing any cutting or
You want
anything
to cut the
else.
board.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
You betcha. Nadia,
Since we're talking about things like compensation, I just wanted to note that Matt and I looked at the map of this in the office, and it wasn't noted at the time, but this is in natural heritage estimated habitats of rare wildlife. So we are asking other, other applicants along this area to also file with NISTA, and this applicant hasn't done so. And then the other thing I just wanted to note that because this now extends into the resource area, obviously it isn't, that's sort of beyond what a negative determination would do. The negative determination is saying that you aren't going to in any way impact the, the areas that are protected by the Wetlands Protection Act of the state.
that's an excellent point, Nadia.
May I respond?
Absolutely. Go ahead. You can respond to me.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have actually filed with the state. We will have our determination on the 26th. And when we went through the negative determination, it wasn't actually classified that way. That changed after that meeting. And we didn't get notified until, what was it, 2 meetings ago, I believe. And so at that point in time, we did file with the state. And like I said, we'll have that determination on the 26th of June.
Excellent.
And in addition, I think in all of the regulations we found, I think there's nothing necessarily against posts in the water, and it especially indicates that that is in your power to approve, and it has been approved other places on the lake.
But the point that our administrator was making was that this was, I believe this was an RDA. Was this an RDA?
Yes, it was.
Yes, with the negative.
Yeah, this was an RDA with a negative determination. And a negative determination means that it's not affecting the resource area. And the resource area in this instance is the lake. But in fact, it did affect the resource area because the legs of the deck are in the, we didn't approve the legs in the lake, but the legs ended up in the lake. So they're not consistent with the RDA. So
Now, when you say resource area, Mr. Chairman,
that's a technical term for the wetlands.
For any water, not necessarily based on its classification, current
Yeah,
classification.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, it could, the resource area could be a swamp, it could be a lake, it could be a bordering vegetated wetland, with ferns and stuff. We refer to those as the resource area.
Sure. So I think
50-cent word for the wetlands.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Certainly we did place them on solid rocks. There's no vegetation or anything, and that was during the drawdown. And it was in the winter, and it wasn't necessarily specified one way or the other. So perhaps that's, my naiveness, which I perhaps, learned in listening to these proceedings since then. But it seemed like, again, what we had promised and what our bylaws required from what we saw was that we were trying to minimize impact to the bank. And any modification now would actually increase that impact.
So I have a question for, wait, Jack Rabbit has his hand up. Nadi, do you have more to add?
My only further comment would be that this now extends the work beyond what's covered by the bylaw and goes into what's covered by the State Wetlands Protection Act. So that would require a different kind of a filing, a full notice of intent.
Yep, that's an excellent point.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, may I respond? So when we looked up the bylaws, I think the committee did have permission or the authority to approve small docks in the water such as this. So I don't think that actually changes the authorization realm.
Well, our administrator disagrees with you, and I go with our administrator.
Well, and the docks aren't permanent. They're taken
Yeah.
out every year.
Yeah.
This is a permanent structure.
Nadia, anything else?
I'm sorry, can I respond to that last comment, Mr. Chairman?
I prefer not.
Okay.
I want to see if Nadia has something else, that I like to see what Mr. Rabbit has to say.
I'm just sharing the technical information based on my knowledge of the bylaw, but also of the State Wetlands Protection Act.
Thank you, Nadia. I'm going to lower your hand. Jack.
Mr. Chairman, just going back in history again, well, the committee recognized that by putting anything down that side, whether stairs or whatever, you're reducing the amount of light available for the vegetation. Essentially, you're fundamentally changing the habitat. And we went along with a minimal change, but nothing that needed to go beyond the minimal approach. So in this particular case, we're violating our own policies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Thank you. And so if you think you're going to get a response from the Nadia, what do you recommend we do now?
Well, I mean, I think it's up to the commission to make the decision based on the information presented.
But since, I mean, one logical direction would be to take and say they have to file an NOI because they got the stuff in the water.
Might
Or
want
not.
to set the straw poll with the commission and see where people stand.
Yep. Thank you, Nadia. So let's do a straw poll. Rich, what do you think we should do now?
Unfortunately, I was not in favor of this project from the get-go. We just spent quite a bit of time with the last applicant, making them conform to exactly what was approved. And I don't see any reason why we should be changing that strategy moving forward. So again, I wasn't in favor of it, and I certainly am not in favor of any additional work being done above and beyond what was originally approved in the IDA.
Thank you, Richard. Katie Childs.
I can see both sides of what Rich is saying and going with the NOI. I honestly don't know which one we should go with. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay.
Pretty much I'll go with the commission on whatever, they'll do, but I think I'm leaning towards what Rich was saying. It was such a big change.
If Rich was saying, then we could do that under an enforcement action without making the poor people here involved, go through the whole NOI process, which will probably end up in a bad place. Where am I? I'm looking for Mike LaRouche. Mike, what do you think?
I sort of like the original plan, and somehow I can't seem to grapple, if the contractor gets 15-foot material, why he couldn't just order 8-foot material. I just can't buy that. It's what happens if you got 20-foot material? Does that mean we have to allow a 20-foot deck? I just don't understand that way of thinking, but I sort of like the original plan. And that's how I'm looking at it right now.
And so are you thinking that they should go and build it to the original plan?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I mean, that was what was approved.
Yep, thank you, Jack Rabbit.
I'm going back to my keeping the disturbed areas small. I'm a minimalist, you know that, and essentially, I think that I wouldn't have voted for it in the first place. I would have gone with the stairway, maybe a quick landing, and suggested some sort of other alternative with regard to enjoying the water. But so that right now, at this point, I wouldn't vote for it either way. I'd be voting it down.
Well, but Jack, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay. I'm saying
What
that we need
what I'm asking is, this is an enforcement action.
Right.
So what do you think we should do as far as an enforcement action? Should we tell them they have to build it as it was originally approved? Or should we make them try to go for an NOI, which probably, to get it as built, which I don't think is gonna end up very well for them, but that's just my personal opinion.
I would love to see him cut off the wings, and either way, Bob, I think that they should shrink the size of the project down as best they could. And, one of the things that's popped up quietly in the back of my mind is we do probably, that's a pretty steep embankment. It does look like it could use some erosion controls, whether it's some sort of a wall or something like that to help them. Perhaps they can accommodate some of that in there. But right now, Bob, I would say
we don't allow walls within 50 feet of the water.
Retaining walls that provide where the embankment is collapsing into it, we do. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize the embankment was collapsing.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I was looking at it when I was earlier. Is this sliding into the lake? And that was the other. But anyway, in either case, if I think it's up to the petitioner to roll the dice and see which way they want to go. I don't either way. I've shared that.
Thank you, Jack.
I'm sorry I didn't do more directly.
Rich, what's your thoughts?
Again, I would like to see it put back to what was approved.
Yep, and I'm sorry, Richard, I didn't specify. I was actually asking our associate member what he thought.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
That's quite all right. Rich, I love to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that they should put it back to the original plan.
Yeah.
That's simple. That's what was approved.
Yeah. So Ryan and Marcia, that's where the commission is at.
Hi, this is Marcia. Can I say a couple things?
Sure, go ahead.
I've been trying to be quiet. My first point would be that, the original determination said that this project was not significant impact. And then the finding of fact that we got didn't mention anything about dimensions. There was no specification about size. It was all about don't build anything permanent and don't remove anything that we didn't already agree. We ended up not removing stuff that we had already tagged because we want this banking to stay forever. We also don't want to be even walking on the banking. And this design, I know it got bigger. And part of it was because the carpenter said, oh, less cuts. And we thought, okay, that sounds good. We didn't have any restriction on the size, and we didn't make it like huge. We have a lot of space there. We have more space than the people next to us, which is why we could go a little bit wider. But I can tell you that if we have to go cut it out now and cut it down, it's going to cause more damage. We're going to be having to rip stuff out. Right now, you're talking about posts on the ground. where the posts stay on the ground, whether it's 8 feet wide or 6 feet wide, what does that matter? It's still the same amount of posts touching the banking. And then again, I just want to say, we're preventing any activity being on that land. We had 12 people there over the weekend and nobody was walking on the land. Maybe a couple steps just to get in the water. But everybody stayed on the deck, everybody stayed in front. I don't think I even stepped on the ground once. So anyway, that's what I'd like to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to make a motion?
Also, it might be helpful for us too, if someone could actually has the time to meet us out there and talk us through everything, and so that we can like in person, like show you like the things we did and what we're trying to accomplish, because we're not trying to get away with anything. We're just trying to have a spot. We're going to be building across the street, so we're going to spend all summer there. We don't want to put anything on the banking.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Are we first asking whether or not we find this to be a positive or a negative determination? Is that what?
Jack, it's an enforcement action. It's not a,
Either one of them? Okay.
it's not an RDA, it's not an NOI, it's an enforcement action.
Okay.
It was an RDA that was voted last year at a meeting when I believe there were
I had 4 members or something.
4 members, and it was a 3-to-1 vote.
Yeah.
It was 5 and it was a 4-to-1 vote.
It was a 4-to-1 vote. Thank you for that correction.
You're welcome. And we'd be happy to, you know, like Ryan said earlier, like do any kind of compensation or mitigation plan that you have for us. Like, you know, if there is some area on the left side where we could plant some trees and shrubs, and kind of, there's a section where it looks like there was a footpath at one point that people were coming down, and we could block that whole side off.
So would anyone like to take Ryan and Marcia up on their offer for a visit, so I go over things with them in person?
Mr. Chairman, I would go.
Okay.
Other than
So would I.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So
Mike, I'm
then,
sure Mike will come with us too.
all right. And so
You count me in, I'll go.
There you go.
all right.
Good, Mike.
So I think then Ryan and Marcia, we're going to put this off until the next meeting, any kind of final decision. And we'll see what happens in a site visit, and then we'll take this up again. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Ryan. Thank you.
Update on the trails grant. I have to order the trails for Cowdrey. Yeah, the trail maps for Cowdrey. And there's like 3 or 4 other maps, trail map signs I have to order. And as soon as all the map signs come in, I'm going to close the grant out, in that we will have spent all the money. But the work of the grant won't be anywhere near through, because all the trail maps will have to be put up. We're going to need to spend funds from, you know, the timber rights fund to complete, you know, putting up all the trail map signs. The gates won't have been installed yet, and I have no idea when the DPW will get around to installing the gates. Plus the gate for Pleasant Street that was made by an Eagle project is sitting, rusting away down by the Ledger Street Water District Garage, and I'm looking for a volunteer to paint that yellow. And we got to get that installed. So, that's my update on the trails grant.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I saw your signs. They look great. Good work. They look beautiful. They really do.
Thank
Good
you.
work. Good work.
Certificates of compliance. Can you please take us through the certificates of compliance, Nadia?
Sure. The Pleasant Street Bridge, I think most of the commission came out on the sidewalk on Saturday. The work for that bridge is all done. The ground has been stabilized. And so they are looking to get a full certificate of compliance. And I think there needs to be a vote from the commission on that.
Absolutely needs to be a vote. Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, as Nadia and I have noted, as well as a couple of the other members, that bridge is a big opportunity for someone to slip through. I mean, there's a significant opening between the base of the rail and falling
There's a
over.
lot of public discussion of that, Jack.
Yeah, I don't think the job's done. You can't leave an open safety hazard open like that. So I wouldn't sign it. I wouldn't approve it. That's my comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for the Pleasant Street Bridge?
Guess the question I would have, Mr. Chair, was the bridge built as designed and approved?
Yep. At least according to everything I've read, because there's been articles about this in, I've read about this in the Lunenburg Ledger and a lot of chatter on Facebook. And it appears as though it was designed as built, but people who live near there, thought the gap between, and evidently some people agree with them, the gap between the rail, between the guardrail and the underneath of the guardrail is too big, and some kid could fall through it. But it was designed as built.
At this point, if it was designed as built, I don't think we have any standing not to issue an order of compliance if it has been requested.
And is that a motion, Mr. Bursch?
As long as the certificate of compliance has been requested, I would make a motion that we approve a certificate of compliance.
Do we have a second?
Discussion, Mr. Chairman?
After we have a discussion,
Okay.
after we have a second, if we get a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion a second. Now we have discussion. Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has anybody actually looked at the drawing and confirmed that pressure treat 2x10 or whatever, 2x12 pressure treated at the base was part of that specification? Because everything else is aluminum and steel. And for that matter, I would be really interested to see if they really allowed that kind of gap sitting in each one of those ends to occur. Because it's not pretty and represents, I believe, a safety hazard. But have we confirmed that it's built to specifications?
The pressure treated was added in an attempt to address the safety concerns expressed.
Right.
Not part of the original exam. If you want, we could ask them to take away the pressure treated and make a bigger gap.
No. I'm just thinking that they could have actually run an aluminum rail longer and closer to the ground and accomplish that. So I haven't heard anybody say that was built exactly to specification. We haven't confirmed that yet. And for that matter, do we have, even if did the modification have an engineering signature an updated signature?
So
approved?
Jack, I'm getting a clear message. You're going to vote no.
Well, I'm with Katie and the rest of them saying, tell me what the real thing, not you, Bob, but tell us what really is going on there, because that's a kludge. And was it approved by the engineer, or was it just somebody slap it in there and say, I got it covered? I don't have any information either way, but I saw something that I definitely can't abide with until I've seen either an engineer or someone put a stamp on it, because that way they can get sued and the town has a defense.
Well, unfortunately, we didn't approve the design of the bridge itself. We just approved any of the work, the land work and site work that went into putting the bridge on the abutments.
Yeah.
So irregardless, we have no say either way as to the bridge construction itself, to at least to the point that you are making, because I have seen the 2x8 or whatever's there. But again, that's not in our purview. It's not part of our permit, nor was it part of our initial order of conditions.
I haven't seen so they made a modification after approval, right?
Yeah, but we didn't approve the design of the bridge. We just approved the site work of the bridge. So whether the
And that-
2x4 is there or not, we wouldn't have approved it either way because it had nothing to do with the site work of the bridge.
And we're not being in our certificate of compliance is that the site work, complied with our order of conditions.
And our order of conditions didn't include the safe installation and to the.
No, Jack, that's not our lane. That's somebody else's lane.
Unless you can find that language in the Wetlands Protection Act, or
Yeah,
we don't have that authority. It's authority that does not sit with this commission.
so who does have the authority, Mr. Chairman, or Rich? Who does? have it?
Jack, I'm gonna move on to a vote now.
Okay,
A roll call vote. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
No,
Jack,
no,
and I vote aye. It passes 3-2. Next, certificate of,
No, who was the no along with Jack? So sorry.
I'm sorry, what? What
Nadia
name?
asked who else voted no.
Mike
with
LaRouche
Jack.
voted no.
Yeah,
Mike and Jack voted no. Katie, Rich and I voted yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please take us through our 137 Flynn Road?
137 Flynn Road is, again, the commission went out for sidewalks on Saturday. They have completed the retaining wall work, but there is still work that needs to happen with the planting and revegetation. So Matt had recommended that instead of they were asking for a partial certificate of compliance, he recommended that they wait and just do the full certificate of compliance. And that would be my recommendation as well in that.
So then we're gonna move on to 712 Mass Ave.
And that is just a request. There already was a certificate of compliance issued to the DPW back in 2007, but it was never filed the order at the Registry of Deeds. So the commission just needs to vote to issue a duplicate certificate of compliance for work that's already been done a long time ago and approved by the commission.
So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call. Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
aye.
Jack.
aye.
Aye for myself. Extension permit, non-committee reports. Administrator's determination. Rich, would you please take the chair of the meeting because I'm gonna recuse myself from administrator's determinations.
Okay.
Thank you, Rich.
Nadia, do you have the determinations?
Oh, the administrator's determination?
Yeah, for the Woodlands 104, 106 Royal Fern Drive.
Let me see, hold on. Want me to share my screen with them?
Because I'm just looking, I don't happen to see them in the meeting folder. Oh, wait, administrator's determination. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I have it if you don't, Nadia.
Is this the file you're looking for?
Yep. So the trustees of the Woodlands Village Condominium Trust request to remove a dead white pine tree as pictured below between 104 and 106 Royal Fern. The tree in question is located in an area with a closed tree canopy. It's approximately 90 feet tall and 42 feet from the high water mark of the lake. And is that the only tree they're looking to take out? I guess so. Anybody have any questions on this determination?
I'm just gonna note that I did go out this week with Matt and the tree is completely dead, doesn't contribute anything to the canopy. There's no foliage on top at this
Okay.
point.
So its removal is not going to be detrimental to the canopy that exists today. So seeing no questions, I guess I would request a motion to approve the agent's determination at 104, 106 Royal Fern.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mike and a second by Katie. Roll call vote. Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Mike LaRouche,
Aye.
and I for myself. I think there's only 4 of us. And are you recusing yourself for 191?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank you, Rich.
you're welcome.
Let's do 191 Peninsula. Can you share that one, Nadia?
Yes, hold on.
Thank you so much.
Ugh.
87 feet.
Nadia, this tree is 85 feet from the water.
That's what I understand. I have not done a site visit to this one. I think Matt may have.
Is there a picture of it?
I'm looking, but I've not seen one.
Oh, there's a JPEG there, isn't there?
I mean,
Down the bottom?
to me, if it's a tree 85 feet from the water, if it's one tree, I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve, to ratify the agent's determination to remove the tree 85 feet from the water's edge.
Second.
Roll call, Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Boy, Mr. Chairman, are we requiring a replacement with that?
no, it's not within 30 feet, Jack.
Doesn't have to be. It's part of the habitat within 100. Okay, yeah, sure, go ahead.
And an aye for myself. No open space and trail use issues. Any final communications or public comments? Thank you, Nadia, for sharing your screen.
I did have one quick question, Mr. Chair. Have we heard from Gary Goldrip on the commencement of the 2 timber projects.
We have not heard from him. He initially said he wouldn't start until June.
Yep.
It is June as of today. I did email him about a month ago, reminding him that he needed to take and touch base with Fran McNamara because, you know, there was a huge pile of dirt that needed to be moved if we were going to actually use the water district's land, you know, as the landing zone. And I never heard back from him. I think it's that's a good reminder, Rich, for me to rattle his cage.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I will do that. And find out where he stands. Is there any other final comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here's a picture of the bridge. Where do I go to get somebody to pay attention to that? That's an enormous opening. And that's quite a drop down.
Why don't you go and talk to the police department or the fire department? They're in charge of safety.
Okay, I'll give the fire department a call.
And the DPW, the DPW.
Okay, but he's still looking for where the bathroom is. I'm building on your joke, Bob.
Thank you, Jack, for building
Okay.
on my joke.
You're building on your joke. Thank you. Okay, so I will contact the fire department.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Final comments? I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
I'll move.
Second,
Roll call, Rich,
Aye.
Katie,
aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Jack,
Aye.
and I for myself. I'm disappointed that this meeting took till 11 o'clock to finish. I am disappointed. Good night, everyone.
Good
Good
night.
night. Good night, Nadia.
Great job, Nadia.
Congratulations
Nadia.
on making
Nadia,
it through your first
congratulations
meeting.
on making it to the end of your meeting.
Oh my God, I'll start Google Drive a little better by next time, I promise.
Good
No,
work.
that's my
You did
fault. I
great.
don't know what went wrong on my end.
This was happening last time too, so we should probably sit down and try to make sure it really works properly before the June 15th meeting. Because
All
I know
righty.
it's happening last time as well.
All right, take care.
Sure.
Night.